Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup. The Sparkling Tuna Cup number 115. Jesus. The longest running open cup in StarCraft 2, by the way. Longer running than What Do You See Mondays and Pickers or Cups or Monday Night Weeklies or even KSLs. Welcome and all to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. I'm of course your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to our weekly open tournament, funded by the people, for the people, ! Patreon. If you want to step in, if you want to help support the tournament and help grow the tournament, you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, we are jumping into our first series, ! Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into our best of 3 round of 16 match. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean pink Protoss player. Representing among its two people, it is Rebellion. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player, the red Terran himself. It is Milky Cow. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it go the way of the cow? Will it go the way of the Rebellion? Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat to get into our TVP. Once again, we are in the round of 16, and we'll be going over the rest of the bracket momentarily. After this series, we'll dive into the bracket. We'll dive into all the upcoming matches. A lot of high quality and high caliber players are going to be facing off tonight, as always, for the Tuna Cups. Let's go. All right, let's go. Also, as a bit of a reminder here, Tuna Cups are usually on Sundays, but this weekend, what did we have? RSL, right? The RSL, the Rival StarCraft League, was this weekend. We were co-streaming it, of course, so we did have to reschedule the Tuna Cup to make sure we did not clash with the RSL here to Tuesday instead. As usually, again, it is on Wednesdays. Otherwise, we do open up with a eBay block. Not bad here. Does block the expansion. Meanwhile, we do see Rebellion was relatively fast to scout and to react, and as a result, we'll be able to force a cancellation here. We do see a little bit more progression here on the eBay, just getting a little bit more HP, just delaying for as long as possible here, and this is a pretty big delay here. A lot of lost mining time from the side of Rebellion, so a nice start for Milky Cow. As long as you cancel, there we go. And there's a cancellation, and with that, we can now settle in towards a longer game state. Milky Cow does get the hell out of here, does pull away. Meanwhile, back at home is going for his own Rex into factory into CC. The CC is delayed because he had to afford the eBay, of course. So a bit of a later command center, but again, does disrupt the initial build here of Rebellion, and we'll see where Milky Cow takes us from here. Again, Milky Cow, he has a reputation for being hyper aggressive in the TVP matchup, and is usually very in your face. Usually want to end the game early, and we'll see if that aggression continues here. Welcome to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is one of the more aggressive maps of the map pool. This map is known for aggression, known for all-ins, and I'm leaning towards that direction here for Milky Cow as well, because of his reputation, but also because of the map as well. Meanwhile, from the side of Rebellion, we're expecting to see either very safe play or aggressive play to try to counteract the aggression of Milky Cow. We could see extra gateways. Again, last night, what did we cast? We casted Clem versus Max, and in that best of 5 went all the way to the ace match, but Max, he went for a 4-gate blink 3 times in that series. Like, very often he was relying on 4-gate blink Stalker and was bringing the aggression to Clem, and it worked in his favor in the end. Again, a lot of these maps are more exposed, they're more open, they're more susceptible to aggressive builds, and we'll see if Rebellion also embraces that. If he does, I'm sure he'll do so in his own flavor, with his own flair. Rebellion, he does often come up with his own builds. He does kind of work on them alongside some of the other Korean Protosses, the other like-minded Protosses like Luna C, like Rebellion, like Farmy as well. It's not that I'm thinking of Perm, that's it. Like Perm. They all kind of workshop together. And so far we have Blink on the way. So far we're keeping an eye on the gateways. We have 1 in the natural, 1 in the main. So far 2-gate Blink out of Rebellion. Nothing crazy yet. A 3rd gateway is going to be turned down. Okay. Getting to a 3rd gateway. Oh, meanwhile, opening up here back at home, going for the, I was going to say Hellion drop, never mind. Medevac does boost across the map. The Hellions are trying to keep up, and I believe this was meant to be a Hellion drop. There are how many? There are 3 Hellions in total. That is enough to one-shot workers, and yeah, the Medevac turns around to pick up and load up those Hellions. Usually it's quadruple Hellion drop. With 3 Hellions, they can still one-shot, but now you have less room for error. So make our way to the main. Sorga's trying to keep up. Hellions, they do get in. Yeah, one nice volley. Volley goes off, getting 2 probes so far. Getting 2, getting it to 4. 4, 5, 6. Oh my god, 6 probes go down. Nice value here out of these 3 Hellions. 7 probes. 7 probe kills, and with that, Milky Cow, I mean, again, Hellions don't really scale well into a longer game state, so very nice harass here. 3 Hellions for 7 probes. Even the medevac gets away. Medevac does boost out. Rebellion back at home is going to be able, I mean, now the pressure's on Rebellion. He is getting his 3rd base, so it was 3-gate blink into a 3rd. This was meant to be a safe build here from Rebellion, but last taken too many losses so far, and now the pressure's on Rebellion to counterattack. Back at home, what do we have? We have 2 tanks, one in the main, one in the natural. We have the bunker in position, and we'll see if Rebellion finds a way in. He's rotating over towards the main base, but the Marines are in, the Marines are in position, tank as well. The army is here. As Rebellion doesn't find a way in. Is looking for one. Meanwhile, CC in the main base, so Milky Cow is not going for a 2-base all-in, is going for a 3rd command center, building up into the mid-game. And Rebellion, he's still trying to recover. Again, from all those earlier losses, Rebellion is still building up into relatively early Colossus and Charge. I say that just because of the lower gateway counts. Okay. So taking up, getting into his splash damage. Rebellion, given time, he will eventually get there, but I believe Milky Cow should hit first. With what? With his upgrades. We have Stim, Combat Shields, Medevacs, +1. Milky Cow can soon move out. I'm just curious to see if he decides to actually commit to the move out or just expand, you know, take control of his 3rd base, take his 3rd, expand, and slowly build up into a longer game. Here's a Stim. Milky Cow, he does break out, he does Stim. At the same time, sneaking out across the map, making his way into the midline. Colossus is waiting. Colossi relatively in position, but hey, does focus by the probes. Nice damage. Getting 6, 7, 8 probe kills. Getting to 9. 9 probes go down. Drop is still alive. Rebellion having a very hard time keeping up. We saw his rough defense against the Hellions, and now again against the medevac drop against the Marines. Tanks, they siege up, they depower some of the gateways. Sorga's trying to move in, one of the tanks is exposed, and 1 tank will go down. Ooh. Yeah, takes down both tanks, takes down the Widow Mines, and Rebellion will hold. Rebellion does hold on, but last Rebellion does not have enough to counterattack. He's just taken so many losses. Nice target find, getting 2 Stalkers. Ooh. 2 Stalkers go down, Milky Eye picks up, pulls away, going for another double drop, and Rebellion's just being pulled apart. Too many losses, just very rough defense here at the 3rd and the main base. The defense just has not been good enough here for Rebellion. Cannot sustain these losses, and over time, he's being left behind supply-wise. Oh, nice on Burrow. Oh no, it doesn't reborrow one of the mines though. It does get cleaned up. Milky Cow pulls away. Double drop into the main base. There's not actually much supply to work with here. Can maybe get some damage. Forcing a recall, okay. Let's force a recall. Slice of pylon. Delays extend the lance. Nice delay. Nice delay on the upgrade. And again, Milky Cow, he has momentum. He's now rallying. He's now looking to reinforce and looking to try to push into the 3rd. I will say, if everything comes together, I believe Milky Cow can kill Rebellion, but that's only if everything's together at once. Rebellion is very spread thin. He's gonna learn Colossus. Speaking of, he goes to the dive, he gets it! Oh my god! Yeah, massive pick up, Colossus goes down. Drop back into the main base, going for the other Colossus, gonna get it! What a mass! Oh my god, so close! 1 shot away from going down. 10 HP Colossi, baby. Ay, ay, ay. It barely keeps alive, but still dealing critical damage. Colossi getting 3 probes, 9 mining time. This is still a rough defense here for Rebellion. Thermal Lance is still on the way, and there's still only one Colossus, again with only 10 HP, barely standing. Now Milky Cow, he could just commit and double down and just go for a push here and now, even pull the boys and just end the game. But we can see that Milky Cow is teching. We have a 4th CC on the way. We have the Ghost Academy on the way. We have 3 more Maxes on the way. So he's building up into a longer game state. But this move out may just end it. May just end it here and now. So Cat's back. Mancho going up. Nice connection on the Zealots. Colossus goes down. From here, 0 Colossi remaining. So also trading well for themselves, but once you run out of Zealots, what is there to protect the Immortal? There's nothing. And nothing to protect. Immortal gets sniped, getting one, getting both Immortals. And you see Rebellion just cannot keep up. There's too much momentum in favor of Milky Cow. Just so much damage at the course of this game with a Hellion drop, with the Marine drop, with the non-stop drop play. Non-stop harass. Rebellion just took too many losses, he fell too far behind, and Rebellion just never could recover. He tried. Never quite did. Let's see, 4th base will fall. Yo, we got a Nova. Never goes off. The splits. Oh, splits are good enough. Gets only 1 Marine and 1 Marauder. With that, GG gets called. Milky Cow will take game number 1. Will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Milky Cow will take a lead in the series here. Again, it all came down to the aggression, all came down to the drop play. It all began with the Hellion drop. It was 3 Hellions killing 7 probes in the main and in the natural. Then we had the follow-up Marine drop where we saw that where Rebellion was distracted. We had more economic damage. It just piled up over time, was able to kill the 4th base, snipe the Colossus, just non-stop aggression. And Rebellion just couldn't defend in multiple locations at once, not after losing so many workers early on. Just a rough start there. Again, TVP is very momentum based, and we often do see whether it's Terran or Protoss, if they get an early advantage, we see it's quite difficult to kind of lose that advantage. It's quite difficult for your opponent to try to recover from that, to make up for that. Not impossible, but difficult. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2, loading into Title Citadel. Let's go. Getting into game 2, and we'll see if we can force the ace match. Can we go the distance? Can we go all the way to game 3? Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran himself, leading the series 1-0. It is a Milky Cow. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the pink Protoss player. We have the Hung Protoss himself representing among us 2 people. It is Rebellion. Let's go. Let us go. So we are settling into a longer game. Or we're settling into Title. Settling into game 2. Title, of course, is one of the larger maps in the map pool. It's a large map, that is true, but fun fact, it is very vulnerable just because of how spread out you are. Defending your natural, defending your 3rd base and your 4th base, the distance between them, the travel time between your bases is so long. We have seen many a player attempt and fail and struggle to defend their natural, their 3rd and their 4th base on Title Citadel. So again, it's a bit of an awkward map when it comes to rotating between your own bases and defending, but that is in a longer game state. We'll see if we can get there. We'll see. So far, double gas opener out of Milky Cow, going for a faster factory. Last game, remember, it was a single gas opener, but we had the eBay blocker across the map. This time, there's no block. This time, we have a much more comfortable start for Rebellion. Much more comfortable. Just catching with the chat. We'll get into the rest of the players in the bracket soon. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't you worry. No. We will get there. Until then, again, we're going to have a much more tame start. It is going to give Rebellion a bit of a more, just a little bit of a more comfortable opener here, to be able to get into his natural base nicely timed, into his tech. Once again, I was going to say the question becomes, do we go 2-gate blink, 3-gate blink, or 4-gate blink Stalker? But no, we see Rebellion going for the fast Stargate. Okay, Bold move. Now, again, just going down, memory lane here when it comes to StarCraft and the TVP meta. A couple of years ago, you would know that Stargate openers were all the craze. They were very, very dominant in TVP. Phoenix Colossus. It was a Stargate opener into maybe Orca Harass initially, or just straight Phoenixes, into Phoenix into Colossi. But, of course, that did die down over time. The maps are more exposed, more accessible, more aggressive. On top of that, Terran players got more aggressive over time, I should say. And speaking of aggressive over time, we do have the Hellion drop into the main base once again, this time much more committed with the proxy starport. I guess what I'm getting at is that going for a Stargate like this does leave you vulnerable to early game aggression, but it leaves you vulnerable to early game all-ins. Against something like this, we'll see if Rebellion can hold on. Comes down to the positioning of his units. But now we have Reapers towards the left, we have Hellions on the right. We'll see if YoungYakov can get in. Now, so far, one probe. Gets one probe, probes they line up. Big volley goes off. As Hellions don't quite make their way in, they're going to be zoned away. Ooh, the Hellions are trapped. And one Hellion goes down, losing one, losing both. Both Hellions do fall. You want Reaper into the main base, does get a full scout, does confirm the Phoenixes that are on the way, and YoungYakov going for the, what was meant to be a Hellion drop, going for a delayed Widowmine drop. Okay, I mean, I say delayed Widowmine drop. It was double Hellion into double Widowmine. It's an interesting build. Interesting variation here from YoungYakov. I don't think I've seen someone waddle their Widowmines across the map to drop them into the main base. But the benefit here is that after the Hellion and Reapers were cleaned up, I mean, the Oracle moves out. The Phoenix moves out. There's not much time to defend. There is a Phoenix. Can always lift. Third base is being taken. Widowmine drop gets into the main base, and we'll see if Rebellion does react in time. He should be able to. There's the borrow. Late reaction. Oh my god, late reaction. 3 probes. That could have been so much worse. Thankfully, the Widowmines were not retargeted, but the probes did stack. 3 probes go down. Very fortunate for YoungYakov. Sorry, for Rebellion, I should say. Very fortunate for Rebellion. Very unfortunate for YoungYakov. Behind this makes a Viking, but now the Starport production is going to be denied. He's going to have to float back home. Rotating over, going for another drop. Does boost into the natural. We'll be able to borrow in time. I mean, again, the revelation was just spent on the medevac itself. There we go. Second revelation. Lift on both Widowmines, and Rebellion goes into the main base with the landed Viking. Okay, well, YoungYakov into the main base, getting 9 probes, 10 probes. Oh my god, late reaction Rebellion here. Very late reaction. 10 probes go down. Adepts across the map, they achieve nothing. We get 11 probes. Oof. And once again, just like last game, YoungYakov has a massive lead early on. Checking the source type here, 16 probes have gone down this game. For what? For a couple of Widowmines, a couple of Hellions, the Reapers, 1 Viking. This is an insanely good trade here for YoungYakov, and his rally. He smells blood in the water. He knows how close he is to just straight up killing Rebellion. So may as well just rally across the map and look to end the game. Meanwhile, Starport has been found. Charge is finishing up, okay. Depending on the Cyclone positioning, Rebellion can clean this up. He lifts 1, lifts 2. Does lift both. Zealots, they do trade well against the Marines, and they do force a pick up. Yeah, they force a pick up, and Rebellion, he does shut this down. Takes down both Cyclones. And chases down the medevac as well. Yeah, a bit of a blundered assault here from YoungYakov. Losing a lot here in the counterattack. Can maybe escape with a medevac, maybe. Please out the Marines, please out the Cyclones. Again, he didn't achieve anything with this. He killed maybe 1 or 2 Zealots. That's all YoungYakov achieved. And finally, something going well for Rebellion. He punishes the move out. Outtrades the Terran. Getting his 3rd base up and running. Rebellion is still in a worse position, that is true. But you know what? That was the first step here in recovering. The first step has been taken. Meanwhile, YoungYakov, he's getting into a very fast academy, insanely fast growth academy. Before 3rd TC. Okay. Wait, never mind. Now, my assumption was that he was gonna go for a 2-base all in with like 1 or 2 ghosts. But he just pulls the boys. What was the point of the academy, Papi? I don't know. Milky Cow doesn't know either. As we just pull the boys, we're going for the 2-base all in. I mean, Milky Cow, he still has momentum. He still has the edge. He still has the advantage, and he wants to end it. He wants to end it here and now. Here we go. We have 2 ghosts on the way. They're going to be rallying across. We'll see if that comes into play. Base out the stasis. We do have a 4th base here, Rebellion. That is quite greedy, and the 4th is not going to help. Not here. No shield battery. 0 shield battery. Zero preparation. Rebellion, he did miss the move out. He missed the all in. Zalze try to charge forward. So far, decent kiting. Zalze will go down. Does focus down the Phoenixes. And so far, Rebellion, he trades. Sorry, Milky Eye trades well initially. The Ghost Academy. Sorry, the Dark Shrine is on the way. He has to break through before the Dark Shrine finishes. He's on a timer. We gotta go. We gotta send it. Dust him in. Takes down the sentries. 3 Zealots do warp in, but Elastic get focused down immediately. Yeah, down go the Zealots. Down goes the main army. There's nothing left here. Dark Shrine is still not yet done. The Bio army steps in. We have 1 sentry, we have 1 force field trying to buy some time. The Dark Shrine is further back in the main. West probes are getting caught out. When it comes to scans, a scan is not available. I mean, Milky Eye has been muling. And there it is. Dark Shrine is just about to finish. But defensive DTs, I mean, here we go, does warp in 1, but now Milky Eye, he knows to just wait for a scan. Just wait for the scan, gets into the main base, takes out every single probe. Probes go down, there's 2 Dark Templar. We're still waiting for a scan. We're gonna be waiting for a while. The EMP, true, he gets the EMP, GG gets called. I forgot about the Ghost Party, but they got their EMPs, and Milky Cow, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. See, that's why he got the Academy, Papi. True, the delayed double ghost. But congratulations. Again, Milky Cow dealing critical damage early on, both in game 1 and in game 2, with his early harassment, with his Hellions, with his Widow Mines, with his early drop play, or at least that was the case in game 1. Here in game 2, the landed Viking. The landed Viking harass, catching Rebellion completely off guard. Late reaction, late realization of what was going on in the main base, as he was hyper-fixated on the drop in the natural, and that Viking did critical damage. 16 probes went down. 16 probes in the early game. That gave Milky Cow a massive lead. That's why he went for the 2-base all in. That's why he pulled the boys, because he knew that he was ahead, and he knew that Rebellion was kind of like struggling to stand back up and still struggling to maintain his footing, and he got knocked down. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Milky Cow, and with that, let us catch up on the bracket itself. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us go. So from the top, we do have Ragnar. Ragnar is up against Maximo, Papi. Yes, the Maximus even in the first round, when it goes up against ByuN in the second round. Oh, as I quickly do want to head on over here to the European region very quickly, because we have on the lower half of the bracket, Cristiano takes down Gomersimio. And Nicoract takes down Hacker's top, and we do have Nicoract versus Cristiano in the lower part of the bracket in the quarterfinals. I did want to try to find that series, and too late, they're already in. They're 4 minutes in game, but yes, they are currently, I believe, in game number 1. They're currently mid-series. Meanwhile, we have Nice versus Ledlix, so when it goes up against Ryung in the quarterfinals. I could just wait for that series to open up. True, I could just wait for that series. Meanwhile, we have YoungYakov versus Percival. When it goes up against Percival, we have Milky Cow takes down Rebellion, waiting for the winner of ByuN, Ragnar, and Maximus. So Milky Cow, he has some downtime. He does have some downtime here, and we may just wait for a series to open up. Again, I am looking forward to Cristiano versus Nicoract. I think that's going to be a very spicy TVP. Likewise, Ryung's next series, whether it's against Nice or Lilix, also looking like a lot of fun. On top of that, Percival versus potentially YoungYakov. Oh god, the TVZ. I say this all the time, but I do think it is best to try to cover some Zerg players while we can, because hey, there's only one Zerg player in this tournament. Well, I should say there's only one top tier Zerg player in this tournament. That is YoungYakov, and oh, he just took down his opponent. This just in, takes down Perceive 2-0, and now the next boss, the next challenger here, takes down Perceive. Now is up against Percival. Are they related? Maybe. Don't know. We gotta cherish our Zerg players while we can. So, did just send them a message. Up next should be Percival versus YoungYakov. Let's go. Jumping into a Terran versus Zerg matchup. Beautiful. For now, we are going to be going to a short break though. Just catching up with the chat. Thank you, shout out to Lelix for giving us some scores. Looks like we have some other results finishing up. Nice takes down Lelix 2-0. Nice is up against Ryung in the next round as well. Quarterfinals are getting underway. Catching up. Happy for Yakov that he's definitely a top tier player. We need all the top tier Zergs we can get, for sure. We need we gotta cherish them, Pat. We gotta cherish them. But for now, we're gonna be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have Percival versus YoungYakov up next after the break. See you soon. See you soon, Pat. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 115. Welcome to the quarterfinals as we are jumping into our round of 8 and spawning in the right hand corner of Tourmaline. We have the blue Terran player. We have the blue Terran player himself, the South Korean Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself. It is YoungYakov. Getting proxy racks. Let's go. As we send out 1 and we send out 2 SCVs. Proxy 2 racks here out of Percival. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVZ as we send out our initial SCVs. The racks are on the way. The Overlord is on route as well. The Overlord will scout for the proxy, but barely will miss the SCVs and barely will miss the racks. Oof. Yes, so rough movement there from YoungYakov. Behind this though, opening up pool first. Oh, Yakov, he's played against Percival before. I mean, he does, or he has. Percival and YoungYakov, they do have a history with each other. Do have a pool first opener, pool into gas into a late expansion. Yakov playing it out very safely here and is going to look to almost blind counter Percival. Oh boy. Now, a couple of things here. Proxy Chirax is not the most committed build. Proxy Chirax is a build that is designed to disrupt the early game, get some damage done, and ideally force an overreaction and try to capitalize that as well. try to capitalize on that. It is easier to transition out of this in towards a factory, in towards a mid game. But Yakov with the earlier pull, yep, means earlier roach one. We're going for the roach rush, independent to whatever the hell's going on. Yakov is going for his own all-in. Okay. And here we go. SMVs have been spotted. Lings, they pull away to attempt the bunker. Yakov going for the marine. Does own the marine away. At last, the marines, they will kill both Lings. Both Lings go down. Yakov having a rough start. But again, Yakov, he may just give up on the natural and just go straight into roach production and just go for the counter all in. That would make the most sense here. We'll see if he can save the low grounds. But again, we'll see if the roaches pop out in time. Yeah, the roaches are amassing. Yakov building up his roaches. That's going to be 6 roaches on the way. Making use of that larva. Getting as many roaches as he can. He's going to go for it. He's going to try to save it. Okay, let's go. Let's move in. Gets one marine. Gets one. Gets 2. Going for the 3rd marine. Oof. Bleeding out roaches. But again, he's barely hanging on here. Barely hanging on. Kind of warping Ravagers. He has supply blocks. Oof. We'll lose another roach. That is going to be 2 roaches falling. There's the first Ravager. Ooh, Queen goes down. Brutal pickup. But Yakov holds. Yeah, Yakov, he does hold on. Pulls away the weakened roaches. Cleans up the army. Saves the natural just barely. And now suddenly Percival, he's in trouble. Now, once again, we spoke about this, but proxy 2-racks means you can transition out of this. So back at home, we have Percival with a factory. Bunker's already on. CC is on the higher ground. Starport is already on the way. Percival, he's already working on that next step. And we'll see if YoungYakov can punish and break into the main. Cyclone is going to help, but that's not the equivalent of a tank. And again, this wall is vulnerable. Wall is vulnerable. Yakov has arrived. Cyclone has made it. Now with the help of the Cyclone, the Ravager is going to be targeted down. Oh, it doesn't pull away. Ravager gets picked up. Yeah, nice pick up here by Percival. Takes down the Ravager. Takes down one of the roaches. Oh. File zones away, but Percival, he's fine. Yeah, Percival, he's perfectly fine here. There's a full heal. And that was a little bit wasteful here from YoungYakov behind this rushing into the lair. Now, we have seen this before. This may be a rush into a lair into 2-base Muta. We have seen that in the past from this kind of game state. Ooh, meanwhile, Percival, he floats over, and Percival, he will scout the lair. Yeah, massive scout here. Another gas is on the way. Again, there's a very high chance this is going to be mutas. But because Yakov just got scouted, does he still go for the Spire, or does he switch things up? Oh, taking all 4 gases. Cyclones are moving out. 2 Cyclones this early on. They can dominate. What is it to really threaten them? Yeah, lock him to the roach. He wants it. He's gonna get it. Oof. Yeah, roach goes down. Takes down the Lings. There's 1 Ravager remaining. No Ling speed, and these Cyclones, again, they can just keep going for the lock-ons. Oof. There we go. Gets 1 Cyclone, but for the cost of a Ravager. There it is. There's a Spire again. It's very common to go 2-base Muta off of the back of the initial roach rush. That's why we brought it up earlier. So it's going for the mutas. But again, if we can predict it, so can Percival, especially because he scouted the lair. So he knows. Despite knowing he's still going into, despite quote-unquote knowing, despite having an idea of what's going on, he's still going for the faster Cloak Banshee. Interesting. We'll see what the Banshees can get done. Spire's almost complete. Scans the main, now has full confirmation of the Spire. Ooh, forcing friendly fire. Oh my god. I think they bust in. Bust into the mineral line. They bed out the Widow Mine. Now YoungYakov, now he also is aware that he's been scouted with that scan. These mansions are wreaking havoc, getting a second queen, getting a third queen. 3 queens go down. Can he get a 4th? Barely not. Oh, barely not. Queen barely gets away, but again, this is still a better start for Percival. Back at him, we'll see if he can minimize losses. There's so much riding on this here for YoungYakov. Widow Mines are fanning out. There are 3 Widow Mines in total. First shot goes off. Ooh, kills 1 meter. There's 1 already. There's another Widow Mine here in the main. It's behind the racks. Doesn't quite get dragged in. Oh my god! Oh my god, another connection goes off, another meter goes down. Yeah, rough losses so far. That's going to be 4 dead mutalisks. 4 meters for 5 SCVs. Rough trades for Yakov, but thankfully behind this he has been joining. He's been joining, saturating, getting up to a proper 3-base economy. 4th base is on the way and switching into a more committed Roach Ravager composition, making use of that Roach Horn from early on. Now, I do like the idea of 3-base Roach All-ins on this map. We didn't really get to discuss the map itself, but Tourmaline is a very small map, very open 3rd, very open 4th. It is vulnerable to all-ins. It does favor all-ins. As mutas are being thrown away. At this point, they're just being thrown away. We're done with the mutas. It's all about the Roach Ravager, and defending this 3rd base against a Roach Ravager all-in is going to be insanely difficult. Especially without any tanks. Yeah, 0 tanks here for Percival. The all-in is coming. No defensive position, no bunkers, no tanks. He's got a couple of Widow Mines, but again, they're not ideal against Roach Ravager. He's going for it. Starter steps in. Takes down one of the Widow Mines. Forces this army back. And again, Percival just doesn't really have much to work with. There's just not much here. What is being pulled? Oof. Yeah, bars are connecting. Zoning back Percival into the main. Files on the ramp, forcing him down. Oh my god, bars are connecting. Yeah, they're still connecting, Pappy. And Yakov has done it. Yakov has done it. He has broken Percival. Takes down 27 SCVs. 7 workers breaking into the main base. Again, Percival, he was able to achieve some damage early on. At least catch out some units with the Cyclones at least. He shut down the mutas. But the all-in here did catch him with his pants down. Again, he's working on a 4th CC. Jesus. Percival is getting a 4th CC, Pappy. Ay, ay, ay. So the pants were down, and Percival did not scout the all-in. Wasn't ready for it. Not at all. And with that, Yakov, he's done it. He has done it. He has broken the back of Percival. He's broken his back. 67 SCV kills. Keeps rallying further in. Breaking into the main base. It's still quite inefficient pushing into the main itself. But there's no rush, to be honest. There's no rush here. Yakov, he's night mining at the 3rd base, killing the E-base. From here, he's droning, saturating. The first tank has finally arrived. Let's go. We got 1 tank. But again, it's too little too late. GG gets called, and YoungYakov takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Yakov, he will take a lead in the series, and we'll see if he can extend that lead and claim the series, or if Percival can bounce back and force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Getting ready for game 2. After a very chaotic game 1. Percival really popped off in Monday Night Weeklies last night, came in 4th. That's very impressive. Very impressive. I mean, especially when it comes to Monday Night Weeklies. Percival, for those who maybe are a little bit less familiar with the player, his best matchup straight up is TVP. TVP, he causes a lot of upsets. We've seen him take down and take it to players like Max Packs, like Hero, like Classic, like his TVP is beastly. Even against Clem, even against Clem's Protoss. But I would say that Percival's weakest matchup is TVZ. This is the matchup that he's working on the most. And this is where someone like YoungYakov can pose a bigger threat to Percival than some of these other top Protosses. I think I do place Percival's TVT a little bit higher than his TVZ, just because we have seen it a lot more recently, and he has been forced to improve it just because he plays against so many Korean Terrans like Bunny, like Gumiho, like Ryung, like ByuN. But regardless, we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. It's going to be on Winter Madness. Here we go. This morning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Percival. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself, it is YoungYakov. Okay. And after popping off with a crazy aggressive build, we send out 1, we send out 2 SCVs, proxy again. It's time to just keep it up, papi. We have 1 SCV, we have 2 SCVs, proxy, 2 racks out of Percival, going for the same build. Yakov last game, he blindly was going for his own early pull into early gas, into own roach rush. This time, hatch first. Ooh, so standard build out of YoungYakov, because I'm sure he believes that we will never see the same build done again, that Percival would never cheese the same way again. But that is not the case. He is going for the proxy 2 racks, and the Overlord once again will barely miss the raxes. Barely does miss. So Yakov, he's playing blind, is in the dark. Oh no! And he's sending his second Overlord further out. This should not happen. This should not happen here, and this is gonna hurt him. This is gonna kill him. So what is occurring here? Typically, with your second Overlord, you scout the left-hand side, and then you rally back so that your Overlord is in position to scout the bunkers if you miss the proxy. But here, Yakov is rallying actually all the way out into the center of the map, which means he has nothing here outside of the natural. It is standard to keep an Overlord here at your natural base so you can see the bunker. But here he's blind. His Overlords are out of position, and Yakov, he's cutting corners. This is such a greedy move from YoungYakov, and he should be punished. These bunkers are going to be thrown down, and again, there's no kind of foresight of that. There's no foresight of the SCVs. It's going to be a very late reaction out of YoungYakov. Here we go. Bunkers are being thrown down. We have queens on the way. The boys are being pulled. Now, it is only proxy 2 racks, so you can pull the boys against this. Now it all comes down to the micro. YoungYakov has to minimize losses here when it comes to his drones. There we go. Does pull away the weakened worker. Nice control. Oh, he'll lose 1. Yeah, 1 drone goes down. Losing 1 so far. Losing 2. 3 drone kills. 4 drones go down. But alas, Yakov, he buys enough time. He does deny the bunker. He'll lose another drone. This is getting out of hand here. It's 6 drones. Oh. Yeah, 6 drones go down. There's still an SCV remaining. Queen pops out. So Yakov, he will hold, but he sustained a lot of losses. Yeah, losing 6 drones, but nice pickups here when it comes to the Marines. Yeah, it takes down the Marines. Spinecrawler moves forward, and YoungYakov does hold. Does defend. The game will continue from here, but again, a lot of losses for YoungYakov. He has a lot of droning to do. And from here, we transition. Factory on the high ground. CC is on the way. As we mentioned, this is not an all-in. Remember, proxy 2 racks is not an all-in. You can just expand off of it. Technically, it's a macro opener. It's an aggressive opener. But just like last game, as Percival, very nice kiting, takes down 4 extra lings. Oh my god. Takes down the extra lings, and from here, we just drone, we just saturate, we just build up. Now, we do have a faster starport here. The Overlord does confirm, does get eyes on the starport. Last game, we did see Cloak Banshee. We'll see if Percival goes into Banshees again here in game number 2. Nice draw on Percival. Now, very quickly here, talking about the game state and talking about the progression of this game as well. We spoke about Tourmaline earlier, how Tourmaline favors all-ins. And YoungYakov, he initially went for a Roach Rush, which kind of failed. I mean, he was able to shut down the bunkers and save the natural, but didn't get too much done across the map outside of killing maybe one SCV. But because of the nature of Tourmaline, YoungYakov then turned that into a 3-base all-in. Remember, he cut workers at 62. Cut workers at 62, went for a massive Road Ravager all-in, and did catch Percival with his pants down. Now, I bring this up just because this is not Tourmaline, this is Winter Madness. A much larger map, longer rush distance by ground, and more defendable bases. It is more difficult to achieve that kind of damage here on Winter Madness as Hellions, they get into the middle line. Spine Crawler's out of position, getting one drone already. Oh, getting two. Yeah, 2 drones go down. Nice damage out of Percival. Getting another volley off. Looking for it. He's looking. Doesn't find it though. Does not find it. Hellions, they rush past. They attempt to dive in, and they will. Queens are late to react. But the later will over. Drones are going down. He's getting out of hand. 5 drones. Oof. Yeah, 5, 6 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Another massive volley. No, they're lighting up. Oh my god. 8 drones. 11. And that's game ending. This is critical damage. Critical damage is being dealt here. 11, 12 drones go down as Hellions, they just keep rallying in. It's like one of my ladder games today, actually. It's let's say curious. I was streaming on my personal channel just before this, just before the cast. It's also why I'm a little bit low energy, so I do apologize. Did spend a lot of energy laddering. That's why I shouldn't ladder. Not before a cast at least, but yeah, that is critical damage being dealt here. 20 drone kills in total in the early game. Ay, ay, ay. Now we do see YoungYakov going for a lair. At this point, at this stage, I would say that YoungYakov, he has to go for an all-in. He's just taken too many losses here. He's so far behind. 3rd TC already done here for Percival. Percival has a very substantial lead, at least economically, tech-wise as well. So from here, YoungYakov, we've got some options. With the fast lair, with the lair first, we can go into... I was going to say roaches. We'd see a roach one already by now, though. This might be mutas. We might just double down and go for a spire and go into mass muta and like, just pray that you can buy time and find some damage. That might be the only way. Otherwise, we could go for a Nidus. Gases are being taken. Leading towards the spire. Okay, nice round towards the end. Nice round. Banshees, they poke in. They find 3 more drone kills. Yakov tries to poke in, and I assumed it was going to be Spire. We are going into Hydras. So fast Hydra down here at a YoungYakov. Interesting. Now this would be a way to recover and a way to slow the game down. Yakov, he might go into Lair Tech Lurkers. Like Lair Tech Lurkers may be the go-to here to slow the game down and to slowly expand and build up and try to recover. Yeah, plus on range is on the way. I imagine this is for the Lurker 10. We'll keep an eye on Yakov. You know, double drop is moving out. Yakov has no army. Fun fact, Yakov's army is 5 queens. 0 Zerglings, 0 Hydras. There is no army supply, essentially, outside of the queens. 4 Hydras on the way. This double drop should force, I was going to say force a cancel, it should get a kill. There's nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing to stop this. Again, that's just how much critical damage was dealt earlier. So it kills the 4th base. Mirror dropping into the main base, and Percival, he can find more damage for sure. He can keep going. This is what killing 20 drones early on allows you to do. Stims in and does hunt down some of the Hydras. Banshees, they come in for the backstab. More Hydras going down, and this should be too much. Like, critical damage was already dealt. Game ending damage already occurred. And now even more so. Getting 7 more drone kills, sniping more Hydras as they pop out. Yakov cannot survive, cannot sustain these losses. Not like this. Cannot defend against a double drop. As it means they still step in, they snipe 2 more queens. Getting the 3rd and final queen. And Yakov does force the army to back off. But again, this was not really an army. This was 2 medevacs. I saw that this is the army. The army has arrived. Tanks, they sort of step in. Sorry, they siege up. They move in. And massive tank shots on the Hydras. And GG gets called. We are going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. GG. Whew, GG, well played. And again, a very successful 2 racks here. If you remember early on, 6 drones were killed. He killed 6 drones initially with the initial 2 racks, and then with the follow-up Hellion harass, he killed another, 14 workers. That was 20 drones going down in total. That was critical game-ending damage. We saw the YoungYakov, he tried to rush into Hydras from there. I was curious if it was going to go for like a lurker rush, or to go into muta play, to go for something, to try to go for a Hail Mary play, but his option or his choice there was going to mass Hydra, and it takes a while. It takes a while to get there. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match. Let's go. We're going all the way to the final game of the series. We'll see how this story ends. Here we go. I see Kenny in the chat saying, remember to tell ByuN Milky out to wait in case Yakov 2-0s. Semifinals are always casted for the Sparkling Tuna Cup, so I feel like we've reminded you this a couple of times here, but yeah, we always cast semifinals for the Tuna Cup. There are some tournaments that don't hold semis. There are tournaments like the Pigastar Cup or Monday Night Weeklies. They don't hold semifinals. Our tournament always does. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing himself, currently teamless. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself. Oh, the red Zerg. It is YoungYakov. Oh, sorry, I think that was in reference to the quarterfinals. We don't hold quarterfinal matches. That's where we don't quite do that. Okay, let the players be free, Pappy. Let them be free. Hello, Yakov. After 2 games in a row of proxies, Yakov, he goes for the drone scout. Oh my god. Okay, I mean, drone scouts are quite rare, but against Percival it makes sense, right? He's proxied twice now, 2 games in a row, so YoungYakov, he's paranoid now, even checking the right hand side as well. Oh my god. So the mind games in favor of the Terran player here, forcing some inefficiencies out of YoungYakov. Winding it back again, drone scouting is very rare. It's very, very rare in ZVT, but just because of how the series has played out, YoungYakov feels the need to check just in case. So the mental victory here for Percival. Behind this, we're building up hatch gas pool, and for the first time this series, no proxy. True. For the very first time this series, Percival does not open up with the proxy racks. He's setting up back at home. Let's go. Oh. Yeah, we just be catching up in the chat. Macro opener. I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, it's like a 12 pool. Not all in. Jesus. Yeah, as Ryung works forward, it does take down one of the Zerglings. Just the one. From there, Yakov does deflect. And we'll see where our players take us. Oh! As he wants that tumor. Yeah, he wants it. Doesn't quite get it, though. Gonna be zoned back. The Reaper's just too low HP. Oh, and do you see what I see? Hidden second racks. Okay, Percival going for what looks to be a hidden 2-on-1, if not even a third racks as well alongside this. But there we go. It does hide the second racks, building up his reactor. There's a couple of possibilities here. This could just be a 2-on-1, or we could even go for a hidden armory, build up those Hellions, and go for stim timing alongside Hellbats. So Percival, he has options. Based on how much he's hiding the Rax, I do feel like there's a high chance that we do try to hide some tech here alongside this, but we'll see. Now the Hellions are building up. Stim is on the way. Eyes are open for a third Rax. Or for an armory. I would imagine that this time Percival does not want to throw away these Hellions. Last game we saw him just dive and sacrifice, and it was worth it. But there's going to be a lot of strength here when it comes to that stim timing. So I'm sure he does want to keep them alive. Oh. Yakov going for the early Evo chamber.
Successful.
This should be for +1 carapace. Okay. Yakov reading this as a stim timing. I mean, he's noticed that we have a lower Hellion count. So we have 2 more Hellions on the way. 4 in total, getting up to 6. Despite that, there's carapace. And yep, there it is. As we mentioned, Armory Hellbat push. So as we had assumed from the beginning here, it is going to be a stim timing with Hellbats as well. It's going to hit quite hard. It's going to hit very, very hard. And Yakov, he should have carapace. It should finish up in time. It's going to be close. As of course, we're waiting for the medevacs. By the time they arrive, there is going to be +1 finishing. Percival is going for a 3rd CC. And there are going to be defensive bailings. Comes down to the execution. Let's go. Comes down to the execution, pap. Oh, shema, papi, shema. There you go. Double droppers on the way. Does boost across. We have Hellions on the right hand side. How many? It is going to be 6. So 6 Hellbats. Bailings is not done. Ooh, Bailings will not be ready in time. So no defensive Bailings, not yet. Hellbats morph in. Yakov, he does spot the Hellbats. He's aware. Yeah, he's aware. He still needs a little bit more time for the Bailings. Queens have to kite back. Oh, 2 of them get caught out. Yeah, 2 of them force back. Spine Crawler, Clutch transfuses, Spine Crawler does full as well. We have 9 Bailings in production, but it's too late. We bust into the mineral line, and drones are going to get roasted. Yeah, there's no way out of this massive connection. 17 drones go down, already critical damage, and Percival has done it. Sure, +1 finishes up at too little too late. Bailings arrived too late as well. That's going to be 23 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Gets everything here at the 3rd. And Percival doesn't kill, but he does cripple. Essentially, he's done crippling damage. He's done game-ending damage. Back at home, Percival, remember, he had a 3rd CC. He was not all in. 3rd CC is finishing up. Combat shields on the way. More Raxes as well. YoungYakov trying to go for the counterattack, but back at home, there should be a full wall. Oh. And there is. And that's SimCity here. Does a wedge this position with the tank. Lings, they're being thrown away, and Percival will just shut this down. There we go. 2 SCVs for 2 Bailings. That's not good enough. Counterattack achieves nothing. And Percival, again, looking solid. Looking solid back at home. And again, when it came to that timing, +1 carapace finished up 10 seconds too late. The Baliness also finishing up more than 10 seconds too late there as well. So Baliness was too late. +1 didn't quite factor in. Again, Yakov was not aware of what was going on. He never scouted the main base. He was not aware of what was happening. It looked like he was just getting ready for a regular 2-on-1, but it was anything but. As Percival sub sets in, Bailey's will zone away. Here comes the rest of the rally. And the problem with losing all those workers, again, the soup does lie. The soup is a little bit deceptive as to the current game state here. YoungYakov had to redrone, had to resaturate. That means that the army is that much smaller. That means the upgrades are that much more delayed. If you can catch the army on siege, if you can catch it Percival unawares, then maybe you can find some damage, but he gets supply blocked. Yeah, brutal supply block, and Percival just getting further and further ahead. He's going for the 4th. Setting up on the high ground. Even catching out some of the Bailings. Forces to pick up, pulls away. Again, we have 3 tanks in position. This base cannot be saved. Cannot, it will not. Hatchery goes down. Percival's moving in. Oh, nice fungal. Okay, nice fungal, catching out some of the Marines. Very nice pickup. But what's scary here is that YoungYakov, he's struggling against his push. This is the real army. the army's coming, papi. This is merely just a fraction of Percival's strength. Ay, ay, ay. Tank flow is going up. The first tank does go down, make it the second, but here comes the main army right down the center. We do have a fungal. Fungal goes up. Fungal lands. Banelings, they connect, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, it does not matter. We had maybe the best connections possible there with the Banelings. We had nice fungal, but alas, the numbers just are not there. And Percival, he stims, and he wins. GG gets called. Percival, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. A cheeky build here out of Percival, going for a 2-on-1 with a Hellbat push, which did catch YoungYakov off guard. I see in the chat he barely had any army supply. If you're referring to the defense, the reason for that, as we tried to bring up, is that YoungYakov didn't scout. He did not scout the main base. He didn't realize how aggressive and how committed his opponent was. There was no need to actually over prepare for a defense, as he, I want to say, had enough to defend and to deflect against a regular 2-on-1. But this wasn't a regular build. It was a much more aggressive, much more dedicated build out of Percival, and again, Yakov didn't see it coming. He did not scout, did not check, was not aware of the army, was not aware of the Hellbats, and he was caught with his pants down. Again, the Baneliness was too late, the upgrades were not a factor either, the Spine Crawl was finishing up too late as well, as they were focused on immediately, and GG well played, as Percival got into the mineral line and was able to end the game. GG well played. GG well played. With that, let us head on over here to the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay, Percival, he's the first player to make it to the semifinals. He's waiting for the winner of ByuN and Milky Cow. Scrolling down, we do have our next set of players. We have Ryung. Ryung is up against Nice in the quarterfinals, and we have Christiana versus Nicoract in the quarterfinals as well. Here we go. See someone in the chats. Was hoping to catch TBT since we don't get many of those. We get a decent amount of TBT to the point where, I mean, regardless, the upper semis is going to be a TBT. It's non-stop Terran up there. I would say that, yeah, just because of the amount of Terran players that are out there, we do see TBT a little bit more frequently. For example, over the weekend as well, we casted, what was it? ByuN, Cure, and Maru were all in the same portion of the bracket, so we did cast a decent chunk of TBTs over the weekend, and we'll be getting a TBT here eventually as well. Unfortunately, we won't be able to catch ByuN versus Milky Cow, but hey, winner against Percival, so we won a TBT. We have a Terran confirmed for the finals. Scrolling down, we do have a little bit more diversity with some Terran and Protoss players with Ryung, Nice, Christiana, and Nicoract. So can we avoid the TBT finals? Can we get a TVP finals instead? Best of luck to Nice and Christiana, as they are the last remaining non-Terrans in the tournament. Best of luck. Best of luck. As currently they are still in game. Currently in game. Good to see Ryung playing this week's Tuna Cup. Yes, yes, always, always. we are very fond of Ryung here on this channel. Very fond, very close, near and dear to our hearts. Good friend, good friend. Este Ryung, Este Dongwon. But yes, with that, we have no more Zerg players, as YoungYakov, he is knocked out. Again, pure Terran top side and a mixture of Terran and Protoss bottom side. We are going to be waiting for the matches to open up, though. We're going to be waiting for them. Ryung Nice, still mid-series. Christiana Nicoract mid-series. Ryung might be streaming his POV. I know he streams quite a lot over on Jijik, which is a Korean streaming platform. I know he does a lot of casting, so he might be streaming on his personal channel. Not fully aware of that. But yeah, we'll see. For the time being, we do have a little bit of downtime. I'm scared of hopping over. Like, the problem is that Christiana versus Nicoract is happening on EU, Ryung versus Nice is happening on Korea, and ByuN versus YoungYakov is happening on NA. Like, like all three matches that are currently playing are playing on all three regions at the moment. So I'm a little bit concerned. Like, if I try to hop into one server, then they might finish on another, and that. So don't want to get caught out. Dip our toes into Europe. Let's see where we are. Oh, we have a snowman in the chat. Nicoract and Cristiano, they are 10 minutes into their game. 10 minutes in. Meanwhile, Ryung and Nice. Oh. Oh, right. There was a patch this morning and it looks like Korea's on the older patch. Oh, that's not awkward. Do I have to re-download to switch to Korea? Yeah. As you can see here, version mismatch. So for those who don't know, there was a patch this morning. I think it was just a bug fix patch, like there were no notes to it. But the Korean server hasn't received that patch. So if I want to go to the Korean server, then we have to re-download and go and do that back and forth as well. Lovely. Thank you, Blizzard. Why not just patch all the regions at once? Nah, it's too difficult, Pappy. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Hopefully that doesn't become too much of an issue, but I guess for now we're going to be going on a break. So we'll see you soon. Don't download this. Clem downloading yesterday versus ByuN, and then he cannot go back on EU. Yes, it's if you download it, then you have to re-download it again to go back to another region. So yeah, it's very annoying. But for now, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series, we'll have our next matchup. I'll just wait on the America server, I guess, for the next series to open up. But until then, we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. What Tiz just said. Okay. I'll take the advice. The problem is that we might still have to play. We might still have to cast on Korea. Like, there's a high chance that ByuN takes out YoungYakov. If that's the case, then we still have to go to Korea to cover ByuN versus Percival. Aye. But for now, we're going to be cutting to a break, and we'll see you guys soon after the break. We'll see you soon. Bye. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the quarterfinals. We're still in the quarterfinals here. The Sparkling Tuna Cup number 115. We have mid-series. We're jumping in mid-series here. Again, we still have 3 series all underway, and based on the length of them, I wouldn't be surprised if they're all going all the way to the ace match here, at least the other 2. But for now, we're jumping into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the Red Terran player, the Red Terran himself. It is YoungYakov. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Teal Terran player, the South Korean Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. So getting into our TVP. Once again, we're mid-series. We are jumping into game 2. ByuN is up 1-0. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our second game. And again, this is a prediction for the entirety of the series. Coming into this, ByuN is the highest rated player in this tournament, and he is poised to win the event. But we have seen players like YoungYakov, like Percival, like Cristiano, like Nicoract bring ByuN down. They've done it before. They can do it again. But once again, they have to be on their A game to bring him down. And these upsets have happened before. Last week, as a reminder, Classic played in our tournament, and Classic got knocked out early by who? By Cristiano. Cristiano, he knocked Classic the hell out of Tuna Cup, and he was able to pop off in PvP. So again, these results can happen, and we'll see if they do here once again. In regards to upsets, so far, double gas opener out of YoungYakov going for a faster factory. Meanwhile, ByuN going for an economic opener, going for a Rax expand off of 1 gas geyser. So we already have a bit of a different setup here. We already have taken our roles. ByuN is going to be the defender. YoungYakov is going to be the aggressor. Let's go. So with this, we can commit. We can double down. The first game was around 12-ish minutes long. So did embrace the mid game at least. Technically, there's a world where we can start on a starport and go for a 1 base all in, but 1 base all ins are quite rare, and we should be seeing YoungYakov expand from this point, and we'll see how hard he commits and where he does take up into. For now, going Marine first. Does go for the Marine, no Reapers, going for the Reactive Reaper follow-up. ByuN does scout, does check for a proxy here at both third base locations. So ByuN a little bit paranoid. It's possible there were proxies in game 1. ByuN does check nearby. Should be feeling safe and secure. And YoungYakov again, he's going Reactor to Reaper Hellion, building up a massive amount of early Reapers and Hellions. The goal here is to overwhelm, is to potentially even get some economic damage. We'll see. We'll see if he can. Oh, as we do have a bit of a pause. Again, hopefully everything is okay, as it looks like there's a little bit of latency going on, and hopefully it does pass by. Hopefully. And also, thankfully, there's latency happening at the beginning of the game, when there's no, like, aggression happening, there's no, like, micro-intensive battle or anything like that. So, best time to lag. Not ideal to lag, but best time. Setting up. Oh. Okay, we're good. We are good to go. So again, just a little bit of latency early on, but thankfully it did manage to clear up. It does clear up. Reapers, they hit the natural. We have Hellions poised to not quite dive in. YoungYakov is going to be zoned away. Gets to ACV so far. And does manage to pull away in time. So 2 ACV kills, not bad. Behind this YoungYakov, I assumed was going to go for extra Hellions, but no, he goes for Reactor Marine straight into the early tank production. So Tech Lab into tanks. Into the early drop. So again, hyper aggression out of YoungYakov. ByuN so far has yet to do any scouting whatsoever. He's still in the dark.
Complete.
Back at home, getting safety Cyclones. His Raven's on the way, working towards the Sable. Relatively safe play here by ByuN. So YoungYakov is caught out. Marines, they make their way across the map. We're waiting for that tank, and there it is. Here comes the tank. Here comes the aggression. So again, YoungYakov is committed. His goal here is to try to break the natural. Making his way across the map. YoungYakov does come out on top here in the trade. Picks up the Hellion. The Zanaga wasn't under anyone's control, so ByuN doesn't see this coming. Drop is moving in. And he can get within range of the production. There's the auto turret. Very nice target firing. Oh my god, the tank goes down instantly, and ByuN holds. Jesus. ByuN holds on. Again, he does focus down that tank. Didn't get to get a single shot off. And that is a rough start for YoungYakov. Behind this, he's rallying. He's rallying everything across the map. Here comes the second tank. But losing that first tank, it's just such a big blow to YoungYakov. It delays any kind of aggression. Third CC on location. YoungYakov, a bit of a drastic move. Tank moves in. ByuN is unaware. ByuN so far unaware. There we go, spots the tank, double lock on. Oh no! Oh my god, thank god. This time we save the tank. I'll pick up at a YoungYakov. Ooh, lock on the medevac actually. Medevac is getting low despite that, dropping into the main. Drops in. Ooh, medevac goes down, massive pickup. 3 Marines left. Down to 3. Down to 0. So far, very clutch defense here by ByuN. YoungYakov still rallying in, but now he has no medevac. Now he has no way to save his tanks if they get locked on. There's not that much support for the tanks either. And here come the disables. Ah, but he lost his tank. Yeah, ByuN did mistime that. Disables are too late. 1 tank already went down. And that was a little bit wasteful here. Oh, ByuN barely within range. Ay, ay, ay. Gets 1. ByuN trying to break out. Does get one of the tanks. Lock one of the Raven. Trying to start a step forward, but the tank does hold on. Not a bad trade out of YoungYakov. Again, we did have some miscontrol here by ByuN. Did have miscontrol. And even though YoungYakov, he has been a little bit wasteful, bleeding out a lot of resources, he is getting his third base. His third base is up and running. It's on location. Shot goes off. Once again, YoungYakov just maintaining this position, getting on top of the production. Ooh, gets a tank. And ByuN does miss rally in. Does miss rally into the tanks. And YoungYakov, for the first time in quite some time, he's now taking that supply lead. Again, thanks to the third. The third base fully saturated. ByuN going for his double jump across the map. YoungYakov scans. Scans the natural, going for his own move out. Uh-oh. ByuN, he does get away. Ooh, losing a full medevac though. Ay, ay, ay. Full medevac goes down. Not like this. ByuN does get into the mineral line, getting some SCVs. Okay, 5 SCVs going down. Tanks is still within range of the factory. YoungYakov cleans up the drop. Ooh. We'll lose the tank. But this is still worth it, right? YoungYakov, sure, he lost his tanks, he lost his position, but again, he was successful in containing ByuN. Finally, we have the third base. ByuN does Maynard. Maynard's over. Getting his third up and running. Milky Cow still has that army supply lead. He has double the army supply. But he has to bring everything together. Has to bring it all together here. Tank volley is going up. So there's 3 Vikings in the sky. Oh, ByuN sims in. Sims in. Nice control by Milky Cow. He kites away in time. Saves the tanks. Barely saves the tanks. Even getting his 4th CC on location. That's crazy. Bold move out of ByuN. The Raven's out of energy. He has no disables. Tanks trying to move in. Oh. Bit of an awkward drop here. Yeah, there's no way to drop in. I mean, this is all within range of the tank. Milky Cow is unaware of the gold. Milky Cow still has a lead, but that lead is slowly going to dissipate over time. He's going for it. He's going for the dive. Sims in. Gets both tanks. Yeah, both tanks go down. 0 tanks left, and the Milky Cow should break this position. GG gets called. The Milky Cow ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Hyper aggression here out of Milky Cow, and a very shaky defense out of ByuN. Winding it back, as a reminder, ByuN, he did stumble in his defense back at home in his main base, losing tanks time and time again, losing control of the skies as well. There was a key moment where he was a little bit late when it came to his disables. He moved his tank forward, his disables were late, and he did lose another tank, so he lost control of his main base, tried to break out, was shut down at every turn. GG, well played. Whew. As in the end, ByuN was starved out, and Milky Cow able to take advantage of just containing ByuN on a 2-base economy. Now we're getting into the ace match, loading into game 3. We're loading into game 3, and again, last week Cristiano took down Classic. This week, can Milky Cow take down ByuN? Let's go. Meanwhile, it looks like the lower semifinals is ready for us. So we'll be jumping into that momentarily. That'll be after this series. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran himself, tying up the series 1-1 and forcing the ace match. It is a Milky Cow. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the teal Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. Here we go. As again, we are tied up 1-1 here. And this could go either way. Again, Milky Cow was just hyper aggressive last, and again, it was a really rough start. Remember, last game began with Milky Cow losing his first tank. Like, he lost his first tank. That was brutal, by the way. So for Milky Cow to keep up the aggression to bring it back, I mean, that was impressive. Was impressive. To kind of fluster ByuN and force a shaky defense. Here we go. We go. But thankfully, the lower semifinals is going to be on the Americas server. We'll deal with the Korean server when that time comes. The lower semis, it's going to be Ryung. He took down Nice 2-0. Cristiano took down Nicoract 2-1. And we have Ryung versus Cristiano waiting in the lower semis. And again, that will be our next series. We'll get there once this TVT does wrap up. We will get there. For now, economic opener. Economic start here. We do see Milky Cow going for the ranks expand. Single gas opener out of our red Terran, and we have the mirrored build out of ByuN. For the most part, mirrored build. ByuN does open up Reaver first. Milky Cow opening up Marine first. So ByuN is scouting and checks the triangular third. Checking for proxies. Otherwise, we're building up from here. Technically, you can argue that Milky Cow is more efficient, as the Marines take no gas, of course, so he's just preserving his gas. And and able to take up. From here, welcome to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is a very aggressive map, and the map has a more open third expansion. I say more open, I mean, I guess in a way, more open compared to Title Citadel. But the map does have a more accessible third base, as there is no high ground advantage here, so you can siege up and get on top of that third base a little bit easier. It is more difficult to be the defending player here. And we're expecting aggression out of Milky Cow once again. That's what we're expecting. Interesting. So ByuN, he's just using his factory to get his tech lab up and running, to get add-ons, setting up for the add-on swap. Meanwhile, Milky Cow going for Reactor to Hellion and going for early Concussive Shell Marauders. Okay, you have my attention. A very early attack here is being set up by Milky Cow, just waiting for his medevac, and will be rushing everything across the map. This has a lot of potential. So the goal here, the way this works, is Hellions, they can deal with the Bio Army. Meanwhile, the Marauders, their goal is to snipe these Cyclones. It's to get within range and lock them down. It's going to be a very technical engagement here by Milky Cow. The pressure's on. He has to control it well. He has to control it well here. Ideally, the medevac will boost forward and will unload the Marauders on top of the Cyclones, or within range. Here we go. It's go time. It is go time. We have our 6 Hellions. We have our 2 Marauders. Milky Cow moves out. ByuN, he has no idea what's coming his way. And again, the target is that Cyclone. Or at least it should be. There's the boost. Milky Cow spots the army. Trying to get within range. Local on the Hellion. Marines moving in. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, the boys are pulled. Hellion shots here on the Marines. Yeah, it doesn't get within range. Yeah, it doesn't get within range. Cyclone Locals are brutal here, and ByuN, he will clean this up. He shuts this down. Minimal losses here by ByuN, and this was not worth it. This does not break through, does not do the damage I was hoping for. ByuN, he pulled away very quickly, pulled the boys. Cyclone survived. And this is a big investment. Yeah, this is a big investment here from Milky Cow. Ay, ay, ay. So 2 Hellions left. Again, ideally, he was hoping to catch the army here out in the open, but ByuN, he reacted well. Medevac gets shut down, and this is just brutal. This is ByuN, he's looking very comfortable here. ByuN, he retains most of his army. He's got a 3rd CC on the way, so does Milky Cow. ByuN has the higher SCV count, he has the better economy, and likewise has the better army as well. He's able to maintain map control and shut down any kind of drop play or any kind of aggression with the Cyclones. His tanks are amassing as we speak, and there's a lot of pressure here on Milky Cow. He's had a rough start. There are ways to recover. Part of that, Raven harass. Let's go. His first Raven is out, second Raven's on the way. There's a lot of riding here on these Ravens. ByuN confident enough to move out. Raven moves in. Trying to force some friendly fire. 2 SCVs, nice splits out of ByuN. He pulls away the workers. Minimal losses. And we should be having a pretty passive kind of game state here, at least until the move out, with all the upgrades. Stim is on the way. Combat Shield's on the way. +1 going to be on the way as well. All these upgrades are lining up. Meanwhile, Milky Cow has no upgrades. He's just now getting his E-Bays. Stim is delayed. Remember, everything is delayed and disrupted because of the Marauder production, because of Concussive Shell. That's what I mean earlier, when Milky Cow, he had devoted so much to that early timing, and because he didn't achieve the damage he was hoping for, he has fallen far behind tech-wise. It's going to be a window in time here where all these upgrades finish for ByuN, and Milky Cow will have none. So Milky Cow, he needs to find some damage. He moves out. He's got 3 Ravens with his army. And does disable 1 tank. Okay. Should kill a tank. Never mind the counter lock-ons though. Oh my god. There are the counter lock-ons. We see Milky Cow trying to go for the auto turrets. We'll lose 1 tank. Marines, they break out. Stim is done in 2 seconds. And ByuN cleans everything up. Yeah, there are the counter auto turrets. Milky Cow will lose everything. All the 3 tanks go down. We get 1 auto turret in the main. And I'm worried about the counterattack. This is what worries me. As ByuN, he will move out. What does ByuN have? He's got 5 tanks. 5 tanks to the 1 of Milky Cow. Oh boy. Again, 1-1 is going to finish up by the time ByuN gets across the map. 10 seconds away. 10 more seconds. Tanks are within range of the CC. Milky Cow up to 2 tanks. ByuN is still rallying. Oh, sniping a Raven. Barely not. There we go. And Milky Cow does snipe one of the Ravens. Ravens, they get the hell out of there. They pull away. They at least try to. ByuN dropping into the main. Going for the upgrades. Uh-oh. Can't bring the production. Going for +1. We'll get it. +1 is denied. We'll lose 1 Marine. Okay, Milky Cow is holding on. Gets out 1 Liberator. Does hold on, does hold the line. Milky Cow, he's trying to stabilize, trying to catch up. I say trying just because, sure, +1 will soon finish, but remember, only 1 eBay, only 1 upgrade, and on top of that, we have 2 on the horizon for ByuN, so he's going to be able to maintain that upgrade advantage. 4th CC on location. ByuN has map control. We have +1 vehicle weapons on the way. Now, what I will say here is TVT is a little bit different compared to the other mirror matchups. In a head-on fight, technically a smaller army can still win in TVT for Milky Cow. If he's able to outposition ByuN, if he's able to be the first to siege up, get the first volley off, and even catch ByuN unsieged, like there are situations or circumstances where a player who can be down 20-30 army supply can still win a fight. Of course, the stars still need to align, but it is possible. There is more comeback potential, I should say. ByuN moves out with his tanks. These tanks, they're kind of within range of the ramp. Nice target find, getting 1. ByuN, he'll lose 1 tank, and he should lose another. There we go, 2 tanks go down. So already ByuN trying to force his way up a ramp, up a choke point, gets punished for it. And these are the kind of wins that Milky Cow needs. Again, this was a better fight for Milky Cow. It's a better fight. Kill 2 tanks. ByuN going for his drop. If Milky Cow can cash these medevacs, then hey, that'll be another win. Vikings getting in position. ByuN playing with fire. Hopefully he does not try to drop into the main. ByuN scans. I'm sure he's tempted. Uh-oh. Oh no, he's driving in! Hopefully he reacts in time and ByuN doesn't lose 2 full medevacs at the same time his main army is here in the center. ByuN, does he boost in? Up! Oh, losing 1. He loses 1 full medevac. And Milky Cow is hunting down the other. Oh, he wants him. Milky Cow's out of position. Uh-oh. Milky Cow, he's out of position. ByuN is pushing in. He's moving forward. Milky Cow, he has to back off. He has to race back. Tank shots going up. ByuN rushes in into a tank line. Yeah, rough fight here for ByuN, bleeding out a lot of Marines, a lot of bio. And again, ByuN, he was up that 20-30 army supply, and he is losing that lead. Oh, as I say that, rough engage here from Milky Cow, but he will clean up every single tank. Yeah, the tanks that were abandoned. But that's like, what, 3 good fights in a row for Milky Cow. ByuN, we gotta tighten up. We gotta we gotta lock in, Pappy. ByuN had the better early game, that is true. But coming into the mid game, we've had some big slip-ups. Still has the upgrade lead, still has 3-3 on the way. So still has a better bio. But these have been some rough fights. Oh. Trouble still being active. ByuN rotating to the left. Milky Cow can keep up with the rotations. ByuN's looking for a way in. Milky Cow does spot him. There's a siege. ByuN going further in though. Yeah, it's a bit of an early siege here from Milky Cow. He's not quite in position. ByuN within range of the gas. And so far, good rotation. This is like the best rotation that we've seen so far by ByuN. Rotates over, takes down the gas geyser, threatens the planetary. Milky Cow just going right across the map. Oh no, running into an army. Milky Cow, he has to respect it. Now what he could do here is attempt to collapse on this. Ravens are coming in. Milky Cow, he will lose one of the tanks. Planetary taking a lot of damage. Marines, they turn back around. But yeah, rough position here. Again, one swift move that ByuN went for, where now he's within range of the planetary, denying mining, killing SCVs, killing tanks. Forces a reaction. Here we have the mass disable. And Marines, they try to rush in. Okay, we'll clean this up. Okay. Cleans this up at the same time. It backstab. At the same time, we have the counterattack here. ByuN, he does hit the third. CC goes down, and ByuN, he will break the economy here, getting into the mineral line. There, gets in, takes out every single SCV. Doesn't quite get the command center. But even getting on top of the tanks, getting one. Oh, getting two. Two more tank kills, and again, better trades here for ByuN. Still has a second army. His own economy is left untouched. Oh, nice cleanup out of Milky Cow. Okay. Does clean up. Very chaotic here, but we do have to give the edge to ByuN. Why is that? Because this entire time, Milky Cow has been stuck defending. Stuck at home. ByuN is freely mining on 82 SCVs, 82 workers, 5 bases. ByuN can afford these trades. Milky Cow, less so. Oh. And again, ByuN still has the better upgrades. He has 3-3. Tanks to siege. Uh-oh. Yeah, tank boys go off. Tank shells connect. Very intense back and forth. Milky Cow picking up. Going for his own rotation. ByuN's own tanks are not quite in position. Oh no! But he does find a tank though. Gets one. Does get one. Better positioning out of Milky Cow. Massive tank shots here from the high ground. Milky Cow collapsing in, getting all the tanks, and has he done it? Yeah, takes down all the tanks, better engaging, and these tanks on the high ground did so much for Milky Cow. ByuN again fighting within range of a tank line. Ay, ay, ay. And Milky Cow with the better engage, with the better fight. He's within range of the planetary. Liberation has arrived. ByuN is in trouble. He's in trouble, Patty. And again, I feel like, as we mentioned at the start of this game, like this game has exemplified the example of TVT, unlike the other mirror matchups, has a lot of comeback potential because of tanks, right? Because, hey, if you can fight within range of your own tanks and force a fight at your opponent, then you can just dominate. You can outposition. And that's what Milky Cow did more often than not. Still a back and forth. Oh, stims in. The tanks! No! The tanks are exposed. ByuN stims in. He gets one. Gets one. He gets two. Two tanks go down. Yeah, shaking gauge here from Milky Cow, losing not just two, a third tank falls. Yeah, forced to land his Vikings. Milky Cow, he was out of position. And he will lose every single tank. Ay, ay, ay. Milky Cow, he was in such a good position, but then was caught on siege on the low ground. And just like that, he'll lose all his tanks. Yeah, tank count resets. ByuN did lose part of his mining, part of his bases, but alas, he's still getting a 6th expansion. 6 bases getting up. And we need to look at the tank count here. 10. 10 tanks for ByuN, only 4 for Milky Cow. ByuN is taking the lead. Now, Milky Cow, what does he have? Ravens. He can disable. He can disable these tanks. He can try to dive on this. Doesn't want to be too premature. Speaking of being premature, the tank does unsiege in time. So that was a bit of a waste. We can't be wasting these disables. Yeah, and ByuN out positions. Yeah, he gets within range. Massive tank shots on the planetary. YoungYakov is too late to respond. Oh, he's gonna stim in. Oh, he cannot. Yeah, he cannot stim into this. Again, there are 10 tanks. Planetary goes down, and ByuN is maxed. ByuN is maxed out. YoungYakov, he needs time to regroup, to rebuild. And ByuN can just stim in. Yeah, he can just stim and win. Rushes forward, takes down the tanks. And again, a very clutch back and forth here between YoungYakov and ByuN. I mean, in favor of YoungYakov, then ByuN, then YoungYakov. Very back and forth. But in the end, ByuN, he has done it. He has broken the economy of YoungYakov. He's broken the army. Again, that one fight where YoungYakov was caught on siege. That was brutal. Okay, he lost, like, what, 6 tanks here. That was the moment. The ByuN brought it back. I mean, there were a lot of moments, true. A lot of moments this game. YoungYakov does rush in, gets 3 tanks. I mean, nice pickups here by YoungYakov. Forcing friendly fire, getting another tank. I mean, again, doing whatever he can. YoungYakov, he's fighting his heart out. Doing everything he can. He gets another tank. Technically, these are more efficient trades for the Red Terran. Technically. The problem at this point is that ByuN is maxed, and now ByuN can start to accumulate a bank. Right? He can just start to build up his bank. He can afford to just be more wasteful with his trades. Sims into the base. At this point, it's a supply issue. When YoungYakov defends one, but he doesn't have enough to defend the other. He just doesn't have the size of an army to deal with this. Just doesn't have the supply he needs. As ByuN sims in. Getting a tank. And GG gets called. GG gets called. ByuN will take the series 2-1. Advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played, congratulations. ByuN will claim the series, but a shout out to YoungYakov because honestly, there is a world where he could have taken the series as well. Like, it was very close, very clutch, very back and forth, very intense. Congratulations here to ByuN, as it does barely advance on into the next round. And now it is time for the semi-finals. The semi-finals here, we do have 2 semi-finals ready for us. Here we go. It is going to be up next is going to be Ryung versus Christianer. Let's go. We have Ryung versus Christianer setting up. Likewise, ByuN does advance on to face off against Percival in the upper semis. Here we go. As very quickly we are getting ready. Beautiful. There we go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Exclamation mark B. As you can see here, ByuN takes out YoungYakov 2-1. He doesn't advance on. Meanwhile, Percival already took down YoungYakov, and we have ByuN versus Percival. We have a TBT for the upper semifinals, and we have Ryung and Christianer in the lower semis. Christianer took down Nicoract, Ryung took down Nice, and we have our lower semifinals getting ready as well. Here we go. Can we stop the TBT finals? We already have 1 Terran confirmed for the finals. It's going to be either ByuN or Percival, but we only have 1 Protoss left. Christianer, he has the most Sparkling Tuna Cup wins in the history of Sparkling Tuna Cup. Christianer, he has won the most, followed by ByuN. ByuN and Christianer, they are top two in the history of Tuna Cup. And we'll see if they can face off in the finals, or if Ryung will advance on instead. Ryung, of course, is also a Tuna. He is Dongwon, if you will. He is the Tuna Terran. This is his tournament. Wouldn't have it any other way. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss. We have the red Protoss player himself, representing Offside Esports from land of Poland. It is Cristiano. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Hello. As Ryung does move out with the SCV, you have my attention. So we have a Rax back at home. Ryung, he does actually skirt around the edge. He will avoid the probe scouts, and he can come in from behind and go for the eBay block here at the natural. So cheeky moves here by Ryung. Does avoid the scouts, and will look to block Cristiano. Here we go. The eBay gets thrown down. Cristiano moves in, spots the eBay. He does spot it early enough. He can pull the boys, but ooh, yeah, we'll opt not to. And he'll be forced to expand elsewhere. So already a very strong start for Ryung. Winding it back here. So Ryung, he does open up with the eBay block. Ryung, he will force the unnatural natural. And welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a very aggressive map. Short rush distance by ground. A very open third base location. We have an open entrance here. We have an open entrance here as well. So Ryung can be hyper aggressive here to punish the base location of Cristiano. As a Protoss player, trying to defend this expansion and your main base at the same time can be insanely difficult, and there's just so much room, so much area to traverse here that can be also abused by early Hellions or early Cyclones. So eyes are on Ryung, is going for the reactor, is going for the factory follow-up before CC. Ryung wants to be aggressive. Now, it's very common here for Protoss players to go for a Stargate opener. We'll see if they go for Stargate in this position. Why is that the case? Because Oracles have an easier time rotating between the two bases here, as they don't care about the terrain on the ground. They can just float back and forth, but alas, it is going to be a Twilight Council. Hello, Cristiano. Hidden probe. We'd have a Twilight Council open out to Cristiano. Most likely into Blink. Our eyes are on this probe to see if a proxy gets thrown down. Probe is activated. Just scouting. Okay. So no proxy, just going to be scouting. He's going to be checking the low ground location. Behind this starport, one base all in. So we have confirmation. One base all in out of Ryung. He will not expand. The probe does check the low ground. He will dip up into the main base, but will be denied the scout. He sees nothing. For Cristiano knows there could be a high ground CC. So again, one base all in. With this, Ryung can pull the boys. Cyclone's on the way, Medevac's on the way. One way or another, the game is about to end. Either Ryung kills Cristiano or he dies trying. Gonna be reinforcing with the tank. Does he wait for it though? Does he wait for the tank? The answer is no. The answer is no. The Medevac does rush across. Gets spotted by the probe. Cristiano, what does he have? He has 3 gates, I believe. One is done, 2 more on the way. Robo as well. A relatively defensive start here by Cristiano. He has a safety shield battery as well. Probe confirms no expansion. So Cristiano, he's aware that Alas says there's nothing at home. Getting in position. Medevac does skirt around. Heading into the main base. Cristiano out of position. Does have warp gate though. It warps into the main base. Shield battery's finishing up just in time. And warps into the main at the same time. We have the rally here towards the third. Oh! Medevac being turned away. And Ryung, he's collapsing everything here into the third base, or into the natural. Rallying more tanks. Boys are being pulled. It does pull the boys. Tank survives. The tank does survive, and we collapse here on top of the third. Shield battery goes down. The pylon is exposed, and without that, there's no robo. There's no mortar production. Stalkers, they dive in. They get punished by the tank. Oof. 3 stalkers go down and the immortal's too late. Like, the immortal takes so long to produce. Ah, but there's no more tank. Okay. Now the tank is rallying in. Cristiano, can he make a stand here? Can he buy enough time for the immortal? Boys are being pulled. Cristiano, can he hold? The immortal has arrived. But no shield battery. Yeah, no battery. Yeah, no battery in position. Takes on the pylons. Still, we do have another warp in. Cristiano trying to make that stand. A nice target firing here on top of the stalkers. Stalkers are so very low. Oh my god, massive tank shots. And Cristiano, he does not hold. He cannot clean this up. We have another tank arriving. The third base, or the natural base, has fallen. Cristiano trying to catch reinforcements, but he cannot deal with this main army. Not anymore. Does catch a handful of Marines. Cristiano is warping into his main. It's now 1 base versus 1 base. True, on the one hand, he will lose his base, but again, Ryung, he's 1 base all in. And Cristiano going for the counterattack. Oh, let's go. Let's go, baby, let's go. There's not much at home to defend. There's nothing at home, actually. Army gets spotted. Ryung, we have to make a choice. Base trade. We're going for the base trade. Let's go. The tank sieges up behind the mineral line. Yeah, massive move here. The tank does siege. Tank does survive. Oh, that's too soon. Tank is started down. Okay, does take down the tank. Oh, the Viking lands. Stalkers are going down. Down to 4 stalkers left. Down to 3. GG gets called. The base trade fails, and Ryung, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played, Ryung. He will take a lead in the series, and from here, we're getting into game 2. We're getting into game 2 here. Ryung, he's 1 game away from claiming the series. Cristiano, he has to win here and now to fight back. Winding it back here, this was a 1 base all in after Ryung forced the unnatural, specifically on Tourmaline. This is a relatively common response here, or common build, if you can force this kind of more awkward position out of the Protoss player. A lot factored into this, not just the fact that Cristiano was forced to expand at the 3rd, but also the fact that we loaded into a very aggressive map. For example, I would not expect to see a 1 base all in out of Ryung on Winter Madness or White Rabbit or some of these other larger, more defensive maps like Celestial Enclave as well. So again, very map dependent here. Ryung does pull it off. Cristiano, it was a close defense. He did get the first immortal out. It was very impressive that he bought enough time, but he just did not have enough to break that siege line. He attempted and failed twice to try to dive on that tank. Wasn't quite able to break through. GG, well played. Again, Cristiano, he wasn't able to slow down the push as it was coming across the map either, just because he was busy and preoccupied by the drop play. So really nice distraction there by Ryung as he committed into set all in. GG, well played. With that, we're getting to game number 2. Crafty veteran Ryung doing crafty veteran things. I mean, I wouldn't say that's necessarily veteran. Like as we mentioned, like it's a relatively common builds in that specific scenario, in that specific situation. Like we've seen Clem go for 1 base all-ins. Before Clem, we've seen Oliveira go for 1 base all-ins. Maru as well. There we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Polish Protoss representing Offside Esports down in the series. And we'll see if we can force the ace match. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, the South Korean Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. Here we go. And welcome to one of the larger maps in the map pool. Again, we spoke a little bit about how it feels like the previous build was very map specific just because of how aggressive you can be on Tourmaline, but welcome to Winter Madness, a much larger map, longer rush distance by ground, more defendable bases. We do typically expect to see longer games here. Now, because that's what we expect, we'll see how Ryung will approach this. Ryung does go for a double gas opener. Does open up double gas into a faster factory. Here we go. So it's going to be delayed CC here out of Ryung. Technically, this can lead into a one base all in, but again, it is less likely to see that kind of play here on Winter Madness. Meanwhile, Cristiano, it's going to be on him to scout and to confirm. Again, last game, Cristiano, he was so adamant, so persistent when it came to his probe scouting to eventually realize that it was a one base all in, but he was slow to actually slow it down or to engage ahead of time. The probe is going to be locked in, and a recall is going to have to be used to save the probe. As the probe is locked into the main. Won't use the recall, the probe will go down, so nice pick off here by Ryung. Nice pick off. I'll snipe the probe. Oh, hello. As Cristiano, he does veer off with another worker. Does keep it hidden from the Reaper. True. Does keep it hidden. Twilight Council opener out of Cristiano. Now, this might just be a hidden probe just to go for another scout. Just to confirm with... I mean, after what just happened, it makes sense to just go in for another scout to confirm whether or not there's a base. He's going in. We're going to go in. Never mind. We're holding off. Okay, Reaper Hellion moves out. So probe does push forward. And the probe will confirm the CC. So nice scouting here by Cristiano. Confirms that there is an expansion. There's no crazy one base all in. Confirms the reactor on the racks as well. And behind this, getting into blink. From here, we could try to be greedy and go 2-gate blink into a faster third base. As I say that, third gateway gets thrown down, a 3-gate blink stalker out of Cristiano. Going for a relatively safe start. Upon seeing the CC, he might feel the need to... I was going to say he might feel that he can get away with skipping the robo, but does go for the robo as well. So again, playing it safe. Isn't too greedy. Shades in, gonna be shut down, does not kill the Marine. Ay, ay, ay. Marine does survive. Behind this, Ryung is building up. Job does get in. Widowmines they can zone away the stalkers. Blink is done. So Cristiano can bait out the shots. One probe goes down. Ooh, blinks too early. Lose one of the stalkers, and Cristiano will clean this up, but Ryung gets away. He gets away with the Widowmine. Gets away with the medevac. Nice moves out of Ryung. As Ryung, he's getting a third CC, what? Third racks. So building up to 3-1-1, relatively standard. We're going to be harassing with his Raven. And from here, we should be expecting to see a third command center. So we're waiting for the third CC. Technically, we could see 2 more Raxes, and we could turn this into a 2-base all-in, but I'm not too fond of the idea of seeing a 2-base all-in, specifically on Winter Madness. Reaper Hellion into the middle line, and nice damage, getting 3, 4, up to 5. Oh my god, 5 probes go down. Nice damage out of Ryung. Ryung, he's taking the lead. And what does he do with this lead? What does he do with his position? Where are we headed? So Cristiano does move out. Trying to find some kind of counter damage. There it is. Third TC is on the way, so Ryung is building up in towards the mid game. So the game is going to be slowing down. Ryung does hide a drop. The observer will miss this, just barely. Barely does miss. Cristiano, she has eyes on the add-ons, but stim is already complete. Too late. Oh, spot the observer. Barely does get it. Nice snap on the observer. Cristiano back at home, building up into Colossus production, getting into the mid game. But so far, Ryung is in that better position. Now from here, it's going to be up to Ryung to expand, get his third base up and running, and just hunker down, settle in. Again, when it comes to the meta of TVP, we have seen a lot more turtle heavy play outside of the drop play that we're seeing here out of Ryung. So he's going to try to be somewhat aggressive. He has a drop towards the south side, double drop on the right. He does sneak out, and Cristiano will miss all the medevacs. Cristiano, he's not ready back at home. He has missed all the drop play. Does find some zealots. They were getting in position for a run by. That's going to be 4 zealots being thrown away. He breaks free from his contain. Drop into the mineral line. Colossus someone in position. Colossus does defend. Cristiano breaks out. Now what's important here is that Ryung, he hasn't lost any tanks, so he still has his 2 tanks. He can set up his Sim City. We are still lacking, say, depots, bunkers here back at the third. So there's maybe a way in for Cristiano. He's going to try to find a way in. Nice snap of the observer. Oh! Full medevac goes down. Nice pick off. Gets a full medevac. Cristiano containing Ryung and getting his own 4th base. Or at least trying to contain Ryung. As the Raven gets into the main, not bad. Couple of probe kills, Raven is still alive. And I'm still a little bit concerned just about how open this area is. There we go. I was waiting for the bunker. Bunker's on the way. Gets denied. But again, we need to wall up. There we go. Bunker's on the way. Sentry tower as well. Ryung, he's turtling up, and once he gets his wall up and running, he should not be broken. Oh. So Cristiano looks for another way in. Vikings are in position. Cristiano getting his 5th base. And I was curious to see how Cristiano would approach the mid game here. The answer is triple disruptor production. Okay, let's go. Now we have seen a lot of Protoss players struggle here in the mid game, in the mid to late game against Terran, just because Terran players in this kind of game state, they can successfully just turtle up on 3 bases, get a 4th base, and max out with Bio, Tank, Ghost, Liberator. That should be the win condition. That should be the go-to for Ryung. It's going to be up to Cristiano to try to break Ryung before that can happen, before he can perfect his army. I'm still a little bit concerned just about how open this area is. It's a nice spread, don't get me wrong. Nice spread of tanks, nice spread of Widow Mines. And Cristiano's response to this is to go Mass Disruptor. If the nodes can connect, then hey, you can pop off. There's the first Nova. Takes down one of the Widow Mines. Not bad. Second Nova goes off, just running away. So building on more disruptors. Oh. Speaking of, DZ connection. Takes down a good chunk of the army. Doesn't quite get the Widow Mine. Oh, that's Cristiano. He has to respect those tanks. Yeah, better Nova towards the end. It takes down a chunk of Marauders. 2 Vikings go down. A nice pick goes here by Cristiano. And Cristiano is maxed. He's maxing out. And Ryung, he is struggling here. Taking too many hits to the face. And we're just going for the dive. Ooh, a friendly fire on the Zealots, though. Yeah, a bit of friendly fire. Nice twist towards the end. Ooh, oh my god, juicy connection though. Does land a juicy connection, and Ryung forced to lift off his third CC, forced to Ethanite mining. Force lift, 9 SCVs go down. What's important here is that Cristiano, he retained the disruptors. Disruptors, they did survive at the time. Ooh, getting a tank, getting a ghost. The Novas, they continue getting 7 SCVs. Jesus. The Novas back with the balls. There's another tank goes down. Nice Novas. And Cristiano, I would say he's successfully breaking Ryung. And again, as we mentioned before, like the SimCity here has been lackluster. Novas have been brutal. Ryung's still trying to stabilize. So here we're just collapsing in, and Novas, they pop off. Getting a tank. There's one tank left. Novas just keeps zoning. Nice splits towards the end. Nice splits out of Ryung. Oof. Oh no! Oh god. He had nice splits. Better connections here by Cristiano. And Novas just keep popping up. Going for the tank, getting one, and getting barely not the other. There we go. Final tank goes down. Novas are brutal. The Novas, they just keep connecting. No, no. And Cristiano's done it. At this point, Cristiano, he has done it. He dominates the battle, dominates the fight. GG gets called. Cristiano overwhelms, and we are going to the ace match. GG. Whew, GG, well played, Cristiano. Again, not many players have taken this mass disruptor approach. This used to be the meta a couple of years ago, back before the disruptor supply nerf. But since then, players haven't really been as active with them. So really cool to see Cristiano embracing the Nova here in the current patch and the current map pool. As we pointed out, Ryung, he did have a massive opening at his third base, and we saw that Cristiano took full advantage of that with his gateway composition, with his disruptors as well. And again, I was very impressed by Cristiano's control, because it wasn't just that his Novas were connecting, but it was also that he was being very, very careful with his disruptor micro, ensuring that he was able to retain his disruptor count throughout the course of the entire game. Like, very minimal, very few disruptors actually were killed throughout the course of those engagements. Is being so careful with moving in, moving out. Not just that, but it's also quite difficult to control that kind of army as well. A mass zealot composition, which is so prone to just charging forward and charging into the defensive Terran. But here we saw that Cristiano, who was very, very, very clutch when it came to hold position micro, pulling back his zealots and ensuring that he minimized friendly fire. But GG well played. With that, Cristiano does tie things up, and now we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Are getting into game number 3. It all ends here. It all ends on Taito Citadel. But here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Taito Citadel, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Offside Esports, tying up the series 1-1 and having a little bit of momentum in the series. Can it go all the way? It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player. The blue Terran himself representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. As Cristiano, he was able to break the defending Terran player, was able to break it Ryung as he was attempting to turtle up and build up into a 4th CC and build up into a maxed out game state, but Ryung was unable to get there. Again, it was just a very, very difficult to defend third location. SimCity wasn't quite working, or wasn't quite there for him. The Novas are brutal as well. We had some decent splits, but for every nice split that we had, we also had a juicy connection from Cristiano, so aye. But with that, double gas. With that, we're now opening up. We're getting into the ace match here. Double gas opener out of Ryung, going for the faster factory. Oh boy. Going for the faster factory, going for the delayed CC. Welcome to Title Citadel. Title Citadel is a larger map of the map pool. It has a very spread out bases, and we could see drop play excel if if Ryung is able to get some momentum here. Then he could pull Cristiano apart with mass drop play, but we'll see. We'll see what his plan is coming into the early game. Probe is lured in, confirms both gases, and gets the hell out of here. Doesn't want to get locked in. Not this time. So the probe gets out. Ryung does get his factory. Cristiano is fully aware. As he hides his probe. Now the goal here should be to move in with the probe a little bit later to scout the natural location. Oh, Ryung, he's looking for the probe. Hello. He's looking, and does he go further out? It looks like... No, he barely doesn't. Barely doesn't check. The probe does successfully stay hidden in the bottom left-hand corner. Ryung doesn't find it. Doesn't find the probe. CC on location. And again, Ryung, he'll leave his Reaper here just to try to, and hopefully, catch and deny the scout from the worker. So the Reaper is in position. Oh. Actually, this time checking the gold location.
Ready to raise some hell.
He moves out, and he noticed. Yeah, he does notice. There we go. He does finally find the probe, and he will deny the probe scout. Nice pickoff. Ryung, he was even checking top right with his second Reaper. And behind this, getting to his own 1-1-1. So now we see Cristiano sending out another worker to scout to get confirmation. Trying to figure out what's going on. Second Rax is on the way. Factory just used for add-ons. Made one Hellion into Tech Lab and add-on swap into Banshee play. Okay. Now I'm going for Banshees this time. Getting into Cloak. Reapers, they bust in. They get 2 probe kills so far. 2 probes. Does scout some of the gateways. Confirms it is Blink. And gets up to 3 probe kills. Not bad. 3 probes go down. Now we can see we have 3 gateways in the main base. No gateway here at the natural, so 3 gate Blink. Hellion gets more probes. 5 in total. Nice damage early on out of Ryung. And we're still not done. Now Cristiano, I was going to say that every game so far he has gone for the Robo before expanding. For the first time this series, that is an expansion before the Robo. Oh boy. Now he should be getting his Robo soon. If he delays any further, then there won't be any detection. If there's a detection, there we go. The Robo's on the way, but these Banshees have a little potential here. As the Robo was delayed. So late Robo, late detection, faster third base to compensate for that. As Robo is halfway done. The Banshee's in position, second Banshee's on the way, Cloak is about to finish. But because the Banshees are so far away here, even though Cloak is already done, I believe Cristiano has enough time to get the Observer. He has enough time, otherwise the Banshee could have been wreaking havoc this entire time. Again, there's no shield battery in the main base, there's no battery at the natural, so there was potential for a lot of damage to be dealt. But Ryung, he decided to wait for the second Banshee. In doing so, Observer is out. So very fortunate play here by Cristiano. A more tempered, aggressive approach out of Ryung. So he does miss that window, he does miss that opportunity. Cristiano, he's ready. Saturating his own third. And more or less is ready in the main. That more or less. It's 2 Banshees, they can one-shot probes. They get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 probes go down, 7. Not bad. 7 probes do fall. And we'll lose the Banshees as there is enough dead space here to hide one of the Banshees. And not a bad start. 7 probes for a Banshee. I mean, that is better for Ryung. He's killed how many in total as well? 13. 13 probe kills in total. So remember, he killed 5 with the Reaper Hellion earlier and did hunt down the scouting probe. Ryung is trading well. So it's away. Behind this, Colossal production has begun for Cristiano. You see Ryung fighting for map control. Let's keep rallying. Behind this, going for a concussive shell. Stim is already complete. Just a very Marauder heavy composition here. And very light. I mean, I say very light. 0 tanks, right? 0 tanks. Just doubling down on mass Marauder. This is going to hit quite hard. But the Colossus has arrived. And diving on that Colossus is not going to be easy. He's going for the drop. Bold move. He's going for the drop. Trying to dive into the main base. Banshee being annoying. Drop is moving in. Cristiano's out of position. There's the scan. Colossus does react. Going for the Cybercore, and not a bad pickup. Cybercore does go down. Takes down the core, takes down one of the gateways, picks up and gets the hell out of here. Will abandon 1 Marauder. But nice trades at the same time. Ooh, Cristiano's in position. Punishing the army. Does how many of those 3 Marauders being thrown away? Yeah, mishandled out of Ryung. Throws away a massive chunk of Marauders here. That's right, he threw away 2, right? Yeah, 2 Marauders were thrown away. 1 died in the main. Sneaky, wouldn't mind. In the end, the aggression did fail. Aggression did fail here for Ryung. Cristiano, he will be able to take his 3rd base, now working towards the gold. Now, this is going to be a massive power spike here for Cristiano. This is the scariest thing about this map, about Title Sigil. If the game slows down, and if the Terran player's goal now becomes, okay, defend and turtle up on 3 bases and get into a longer game and relinquish map control, then what you sacrifice is the gold. And this gold base does just gives so much mineral income here, so much potential, so much momentum to the Protoss whenever this happens. Second starport, scoring a Mass Viking. Mass Viking against a more disruptor heavy composition though. Cristiano does have 3 Colossus, but from here disruptors are on the way. The gold base will allow for just mass zealot warp-ins. And Cristiano, he will skyrocket ahead once he gets that 4th base up. So Ryung, he's in trouble. He is in danger. So, because they do blink forward. Blink forward, they pull away. Cristiano rallying out more disruptors. Looking for a way in. He is looking. And army gets turned away. Zealots take it into the mineral line. But Cristiano doesn't capitalize. Yeah, doesn't capitalize on this. Just denies some mining, kills an SCV. Nothing major. Gold base is operational. And Cristiano, he'll be the first to max out. Now, what we're really missing here is a reinforcement point. If he can set up some proxy gateways here to reinforce and warp in more zealots, then he can just barrel on through and overwhelm Ryung's 3rd. As it stands, that is not the case. Oh, he's got his prison low. True. That does have his prison. Ooh, first Colossus goes down. Nova doesn't connect. Some premature Novas here out of Cristiano. He's in danger. And Novas are premature. All the Novas on cooldown. Every Colossus goes down. The prison falls as well. That's why we did mention here getting a proxy gateway. As the Prism is vulnerable to the Vikings. Ryung does have some better fights. Nova's a reset. There's 2 Novas going off. There's a third Nova. Decent connection. We have 2 more Novas left. As Cristiano just bullying Ryung back. Trying to at least. I'll send him away. Oof. Oh my god, massive connection. Cristiano, he's doing it. He's bullying Ryung. More Novas going off, more connections. Oh my god, the Marines are going down. Marauders as well. The Novas, oh, they just keep connecting. This time catching out some ghosts. And Ryung plummets in supply. Plummets in supply, cannot fight head on. Not like this. More Novas going off. Massive connection here on the Vikings. And Cristiano, he has done it. He has broken Ryung. The Tuna has fallen. GG gets called. And Cristiano, he will take the series 2-1, ensuring we will not have a TBT finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Cristiano, as he will claim the series, will advance on. The balls, papi, the disruptors. Crazy. Crazy connections, crazy moves there as Cristiano, he does advance on into those grand finals. GG, well played. And with that, we have to confirm who will face off against him in those finals. Let's go. Let us go. Up next is going to be a TBT between who? Between ByuN and Percival. Here we go. As we will have to head on over to the Korean server. We'll have to head on over. Oh boy. So here we go. We are going to be cutting to a break. Here, and when we come back, we will have the next series. We will have the next series. We'll have the upper semifinals. We'll have ByuN and Percival facing off before you. See you soon. See you soon, papi. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, so I do have an update for you. Do have an update I actually just posted in the Twitch and YouTube chat, so you already are a little bit aware of what's going on. But if you maybe are a little bit out of the loop, there was an update to the game. There was an update released last night. It's been less than 24 hours, but there was a patch that was released. The problem is, and I say patch, it was an update to the game, and it wasn't like a major like balance patch or anything like that, so we don't really know what the patch was, but there was an update made. There was like a hotfix to the game itself, but the hotfix only applied to Europe and Korea. Sorry, Europe and NA. Europe and NA got patched. Korea hasn't gotten the patch yet. Most likely will be happening tomorrow. But because of that, the versions of the game are different between Korea, NA, and Europe. NA and Europe are the same version. Korea is an older version. What does that mean? That means that if you try to connect to Korea from NA or Europe, you have to repatch and re-update the game. But the problem is when you do that, the routing to the Korean server, because it's a Korean update, is very wonky. It's not very optimal, and it takes a long time. Fun fact, it's going to take me like 20 minutes, like at least 20, maybe 30 minutes to actually patch the game and log into Korea. And I could do that. I could go on a half-hour break, connect to Korea, then play ByuN versus Percival. But the problem is, if I do that, I mean, they're playing against Cristiano in the finals, right? Like regardless, the finals is going to be on NA, so then I have to repatch, re-download to be able to connect to the Americas to be able to play on NA. So it's just too much downtime. It's just too much downtime. We'd have to ask the players to wait for a very, very long time for me to download, patch, update, then download, patch, and update again. So instead, we are allowing Percival and ByuN to play the semifinals. They're playing as we speak, just because otherwise they'd have to wait like another 20 minutes before they can actually play, for me to join the Korean server. At least 20 minutes is generous, by the way. It's probably going to be like half an hour. So do apologize. I didn't know how long it would take to patch. That's why we didn't tell them to start immediately. Otherwise, if we had known, then we probably would have had the semifinals happen at the same time, right? We probably would have had them play concurrently, if we knew how bad it would be to try to patch the game and try to like update the game. But it is just taking a little bit too long. So instead, I'm gonna have to, because I've already started patching to Korea, wait for that to finish eventually, like in some time, and then try to repatch to NA, hopefully in time for the finals. So hopefully it lines up. Hopefully it does line up. But I do apologize, but we will have an extended break, an extended downtime. We're going to wait for ByuN and Percival to finish, and then we'll be jumping into the grand finals. The winner of this series of ByuN and Percival up against Cristiano in the finals. Technically, we do have an observer in Korea, and technically I could do like a Discord cast. I could like join a call. The observer can like share their screen, and I could like cast via Discord. But there are issues with that. It's not ideal. It's not a very pretty kind of stream, so I'd rather not. We will be collecting these replays, and I will most likely be casting these replays and these matches at a later date instead. And we have a lot of time to do so. Like we have plenty of free days to be able to have like a little replay cast where we can cover this. We're probably going to join it up with maybe some other casts, some other games. But yes, ByuN versus Percival will be happening off stream, and we will at least have those replays to cover it live at some point. To cover those replays at some point this week or next week. So just a heads up. Feels Blizzard, man. Feels Blizzard, man. Aye. But yeah, just giving you an update here. For now, we're gonna be going on a break, and then when we come back, again, it's gonna be an extended break. So I do apologize. Around like 20 minutes or so, and when we come back, then we will have those finals. The technology just isn't there. It's true. No, I mean, StarCraft unfortunately is it's notorious for being a woefully unoptimized game. That everyone knows. It's very, very unoptimized. So when it comes to certain things like this, it takes longer than it needs to, and it is a shame that, you know, this happens quite often as well, where they patch one region, they don't patch the other, and then it just causes issues for tournaments because of that as well. When it comes to like trying to like bounce back and forth between servers when different servers are on different games, different versions of the game, I should say. Aye. Fun fact, game 1 is on. Oh, there you go. Game 1 is on. That was a short game. I mean, it's ByuN and Percival. We expect it to be a fast series. But with that, we are going to be cutting to a break. The intern is doing his best. He is. True. Like, you know what? We unironically, like, we have been getting a lot of love from Blizzard as of late. A lot of updates, like the recent patch, the map pool as well, right? What's happening with the StarCraft miniatures game? Like, there's a lot of positive things that are happening in recent times. This is not one of them, though. This is this is not one of them. So we're going to be coming to a break, and then when we come back, we will have the grand finals again. Just to restate once again what's going on. The versions of the game on Korea and Europe and NA are different versions, so it's forcing you to download and update patches. But because the routing to Korea is very unoptimized, the download rate is very low, so it takes a long time to actually patch and upload and download the patch and update the game, and then do it again and then do it again. So ByuN and Percival, because of that, they're over on the Korean server. They will play their series, they will finish their series, and we will wait for them for the finals, in the grand finals on the NA server with Cristiano. So we have some downtime here, so I do apologize. We're gonna be cutting to a break. When we come back, we'll have the grand finals. See you relatively soon. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, hydrate all of your hydras. When we come back in around 20 minutes, we will have the grand finals, or maybe 15. We'll see you then. See you then. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I do apologize for the extended downtime. I do apologize for the extended break, but we have returned with the grand finals. For those that weren't in the chat, shout out to Kerr for giving us a little bit of insight as to what was going on. I didn't listen to it myself, as of course I'm going to be covering those matches a little bit later. But here we go. We have ByuN and Percival. They were in the semifinals, and Percival takes down ByuN 2-1. Did go in his favor, did go all the way to the ace match, but shout out to Percival. Again, we have spoken about Percival's growth over the year, how he has been and taken maps and series off of ByuN, and Cure and Bunny has been able to fight back. A big reason for this, of course, is TVT has had to improve, has been forced to improve because of all the Terran players in the Korean region. So initially it wasn't looking amazing, but has gotten better over time, and now we're getting into the grand finals. It is going to be a best of 5 between Percival and Cristiano. Here we go. Now, before we get into the finals, we do have something special ready for you. As always, we do have the raffle, La Rifa, baby. It is going to be raffle time here. Quickly heading on over, we do have 5 USD every single week, every single Sparkling Tuna Cup. We have a random participation raffle. We have 5 USD ready to go to one of these lucky players. Oh, bam. There we go. As a reminder, all players are equally eligible for the random raffle. All players are eligible. It will go to 1 of 17. This week you have 17 players here that are eligible. All you have to do is have to have played tonight. If you did forfeit at some point early on, if you forfeited, if you did not compete, then you are ineligible for the random raffle. But here we go. We have 17 players, and this week one walks away a little bit richer. This week, bam! Oh my god. Congratulations here to ByuN, as ByuN does walk away winning 5 USD alongside its earnings from the semifinals. Congratulations to ByuN, and a shout out to Cristiano for coming in second place. Oh, for the runner-up of the random raffle. I see Milky Cow, I see I see Nice as well, followed by Nylon, followed by Nicoract. So congratulations to ByuN, does earn that 5 USD. Congratulations, does have a little bit of a it does walk away with at least a little bit more here, as he is denied the final series, and we're getting ready for that final series, that final best of 5. Here we go. Cristiano and Percival are about to face off. They're about to face off here. Vita's underway. It is going to be a best of 5 finals match. PVT, let's go. Let us go as we get ready here for those finals. Un momento here. Un momento. Just setting up the players. Bam. Beautiful. Setting up the players, setting up the maps. Game 1 is going to be on Ruby Rock. It is going to be a Ruby Rock here. Just catching up in the chat. Yes, yes, hashtag rigged in the chat. True. ByuN only won $5, so $5 plus the earnings from the semifinals as well. But here in this random raffle, yes, does walk away with 5 USD. And here we go. We are getting into our grand finals here. We have our series, have our finals. Game 1 is on Ruby Rock. Let's go. We do have our TVP Korean Terran, but not the Korean Terran that we assumed. Again, we spoke about this last time, but last week Cristiano took down Classic, and Classic was denied even entering the semifinals, if I recall correctly, or at least denied the finals. This time ByuN also denied the finals as well. So the favorite players have been not so favorite in the Sparkling Tuna Cup. We have had these upsets week after week after week, denying the quote-unquote favorite players from making it to the finals, and now we have our top 2 for the week of 115. Sparkling Tuna Cup number 115, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock. We do have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the Polish Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we get into our TVP. Let us go. Now, as we get into this, also a bit of a shout out to our patrons. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. This tournament is funded by the people for the people. Thank you so much, all of our current patrons on the Patreon, our patrons on Patreon, for all the support, of course. And if you want to help us grow the event and grow the tournament and support support the players and support the scene and support StarCraft, you can do so via Patreon. The Patreon does fund our tournaments. It funds Sparkling Tuna Cup. It also funds Sea Duckling Open and Master Swan Open as well. We do host 3 events on a regular basis, all funded via Patreon. So thank you so much, all the supporters in the chat, all the supporters, period. Thank you so much. As we get into our TVP, now coming into this, welcome one and all to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is one of the smaller maps in that pool. Aggression is favored, and we have seen a lot of aggression from Percival. Coming into this matchup, Percival, his best matchup is TVP. We have spoken about his growth over time. He has improved his TVT and TVZ over time. That is true. But this is a matchup that he has thrived in for a very, very long time. If you haven't been watching Percival over the past year, then you might not be familiar, but Percival, he has been one to take maps and series of players like MaxPax, players like Hero, players like Classic. The top Protoss players in the world have fallen prey to Percival in his more aggressive style and aggressive tendencies. That was the case in the previous patch, but in this patch it's a little bit different here. So first things first, as we step into Ruby Rock, welcome to a more aggressive map. I do expect to see aggression out of Percival. 2-base play is very much so the norm, and we already see a second Rax. Second Rax is on the way, and we might even go for a third Rax. If we see a third Rax before Starport, 2-base all in. So already hyper aggression, delaying the starport and going for a second Rax. This could even just be a 2-on-1. We have seen a lot of new variations of 2-on-1 which do provide early tank and early Viking support, and there it is. Starport is on the way. We do have the 2-on-1. Now traditionally this leads into a stim timing, but in recent times we have the more modern variation in this matchup, which leads into an early tank push and leads into early Viking support as well. So this is going to hit like a truck. So hyper aggression. Meanwhile Cristiano, he does poke in. Cristiano, he doesn't scout much though. He doesn't see much that's going on in the main base. He doesn't realize how much danger he is in. And Cristiano, he is in danger. He is in danger. Behind this, Cristiano, he's going, ooh, no shot. One gate? He's going gate into blink into a third base off of a singular gateway before second gateway, before third gateway, before robo, before gases. This is insane greed. Cristiano should just die. I mean, insane greed out of Cristiano. Meanwhile, Percival, now, if you remember, I was talking about this more modern variation of 2-on-1, which leads into early tanks and Viking support. This is not the more modern variation. This is the more traditional variation, going for early stim, going for heavy fire play. Here we go. The first Marines are moving out. Tech Lab is on the way in the factory, so we can reinforce with tanks. Regardless, this is hyper aggressive, and it's going to be difficult here for Cristiano to defend and to survive and to get away with this. So we'll see if he can. He shouldn't. Like, this is illegal, by the way. Going gate into a third base, singular gateway into blink into a third, is insane. Hellions that make their way into the mineral line, drop into the main base. Probes are going to be going down. So far, 3 Hellions, they one-shot probes. They get 4 probes so far. Yeah, 4, 5, getting up to 6, 8. Oh my god, 8 probes go down. Critical damage already in the natural. Meanwhile, the Marines are not done in the main base, and this is too much. This is becoming far too much. 14 workers go down. But a big reason why this much damage was done was because of how many corners Cristiano did decide to cut. And as a result, he is looking dire here. Things looking dire for Cristiano. Again, just hyper greed early on, gets punished, 14 probe kills. And remember, this was merely the first wave. The stim timing hasn't even arrived. Stim is almost done. Tanks are rallying out, and Percival, he's going for his 1-2 punch. We began with the Hellion Marine harass, and now here comes the main army, the main push. It is coming, and once it does arrive, I'll be honest, I don't think Cristiano can stop it. Don't think he can stop it here. As Percival does begin the move out. Stim is revealed. Takes out the adept. And we do see that Cristiano has to buy time. He has to be active. He has to buy time. He has to force out a stim. He has to force an early siege. He has to force a pickup. He has to force back the Terran player and buy as much time as possible. Speaking of, going for the tank. Oh, nice juggling here by Percival. Does juggle back. We're rallying everything we can here. Again, Cristiano, he has to engage ahead of time. If he can, he has to snipe a tank. Oh no! Yeah, a bit of a miss rally. Bit of a miss rally here as Cristiano's forced back at the same time. Drop across the map, going for the Immortal. No safety shield battery. Yeah, there's no battery. The Immortal, will it go down? It barely will not. It barely does survive, but on barely any HP. That was a lot of Marines. A lot of Marines have been thrown away, and Percival getting a 3rd CC. So on the one hand, Percival, he didn't commit across the map, he didn't get a chance to. I will say that so far Cristiano has done a good job here at engaging, at delaying, and at picking away at the army of Percival and stopping the aggression. As you can see here, 10 Marines. 10 Marines went down. The Hellions, of course, went down earlier as well. But with that, Percival, he's forced back home. He sieges up 3rd TC. The game will continue. So Cristiano, he has successfully bought enough time. He's successfully gained map control away from Percival. And he's pinning him back. Now, what's important is, as we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. Now, what's really important about this current game state is that Percival, he retained his army. He didn't commit to the 2-base all-in and then lose his forces. No, he was very mature. He decided after he lost too many Marines, after he missed his window, after he missed his timing, he backs off. He backs off. He retains the tanks. He retains the medevacs. He retains the marauders, and he's building up into a later timing once he gets his 3rd base. So Percival, he still has momentum. He still has a terrifying army. It's still on Cristiano to just buy time to stabilize. He has yet to stabilize. Yes, he's getting his 3rd base operational, but his economy is still lackluster, and his tech is still lackluster as well. He's building up and working towards Colossus. Cristiano needs time. Cristiano, he needs time for Colossus, and we'll see if he can get that time. Oh boy. We shall see. Just catching up with the chat. Just catching up. I thought all your grapes. Oh no. There we go. There we go. We have returned. So again, hopefully everything's okay. Whether it was, Uber Eats at the door or maybe some latency issues, but we have returned. Cristiano poking in and picking up a couple of Marines, and Percival is looking to expand. Snipes the observer. Keen eyes the art of Percival. Oh my god, loading up everything? Question mark, the tank's exposed. A very nice pickup. Because Percival loaded up all his Marines, that meant the tanks were exposed. One tank goes down. Cristiano has been very opportunistic. So some fleek moves here by Cristiano. Slick moves. So good. Percival, I mean, he still has the advantage. He still has momentum. You can see here, Percival maintains a greater economy, even working count plus mules. He still has a terrifying army. Cristiano has been able to try to stabilize, but he will lose the base. Yeah, he will lose the expansion. Cristiano, he's out of position. The Nexus is going to be killed, not even cancelled. That is going to be a kill. A massive pickoff. Percival, he still maintains that lead. Now, how can Cristiano recover? Well, he's doing what he does best. Triple Robo, Mass Disruptor. Now, if these Novas connect, if he can land these Novas, then Cristiano can recover. He can make up for that supply, but he needs these Novas to connect. Like, this is a necessary requirement here. Without that happening, Percival will just overwhelm. So Disruptors are coming. The Novas have. Seems like Cristiano getting away with that insanely greed is pretty nice, though. He didn't get away with it. I should emphasize that Cristiano, he tried to get into a greedy build and he was punished for it. That's why Cristiano lost 16 probes and now a base as well. Like, this is why Percival has had so much momentum. So Cristiano, he didn't just die outright, but any kind of advantage that the faster base would have given him was stripped away. The advantage was stripped away. Percival is moving in. Again, at this stage of the game, the Protoss player should be up like 15 plus workers at this point, but we're even on workers, which means that the Terran player is ahead economically. But again, we have those Disruptors. We have 3 Disruptors so far. Oh, EB goes up. Nova does get one ghost. Two ghosts even, okay? Two ghosts go down. Colossus does fall. That's the final Nova. Zones away. Just zones. Yeah, just zones away. No Novas remaining. We have another reinforcing disruptor. Cristiano playing with fire. He's playing with fire here. Bleeding out a lot of units. Yeah, he can't stick around. He cannot stick around. The Nova doesn't connect. Oh, that does graze some Marines. One disruptor does go down. Cristiano looking for a better angle. He dives on the tank. Nice pickup. Takes down the tank. Cashes the Widowmine. It's got, what, 3 more Novas. 2 more. Oh, yeah, Novas are resetting. And the Novas, they are not quite connecting. Yeah, they do not connect. Disruptor's finally going to be going down. And Percival, he dominates the fight. He collapses on the army. 13 SCVs go down, but Percival, he will chase down every Disruptor. 0 Disruptors remaining. A brutal fight there for Cristiano. Again, he was playing with fire, but he had to. Again, there's just been so much pressure on Cristiano to try to find some damage, to try to recover, but he never did. Never quite did. We saw some okay Novas, but in the end, he was still bleeding out too many gateway units. And Percival looking to snowball out of control, taking down another expansion. 5th base is going down. Cristiano, he's going back into Colossus. The Viking count is still very high. 9 Vikings. It's a lot of Vikings. We got 2 more Disruptors. Speaking of, first Nova goes off. Decent connections though. Very nice. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. First of all, he took some massive Novas to the face, and he can still just stim in. He can still just stim forward. That's how far ahead Percival is. A lot of the supply are in Vikings, and maybe not the best use of supply here, so that is a factor, I suppose, but they can always land. We're down to pure their gateway composition. Nice EMP on the Zealots. Another EMP on the Stalkers. 2 Disruptors have arrived, and hot pickup. Yeah, nice pickup. Does save the army. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Percival, he will take game number 1. He'll take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very strong start out of Percival, winding it back. Percival, he did open up with a 2-1-1, and he did punish Cristiano. That's why Cristiano, he was playing from behind from the beginning of the game. He tried to get away, tried to open up with a hyper greedy build, rushing to a 3rd Nexus, and he didn't get away with it. He lost 16 probes in the follow-up to the Hellion harass, to the Marine harass as well, and with that lead, Percival he was able to maintain that lead, gain momentum with a massive army, and bully Cristiano. Cristiano's best chance at recovering were his Novas, were his Purification Novas, his Disruptors, and we saw some okay connections, but we also saw Cristiano bleed out a lot of gateway units whenever he tried to engage. So these Novas, they weren't for free, right? They weren't connecting for free. He was still trading out army every time a Nova was attempted, and in the end, GG. GG well played. Percival does overwhelm, does take it, and now we're getting into game number 2. And I'm curious, what were the vetoes? Game 1 was Ruby Rock. Game 2 is Tourmaline. These are both very aggressive maps. And if we're talking about aggression, I have to favor Percival here. Percival, he's going to be loading into Tourmaline, and this favors 2 base play. It favors these aggressive builds, and we should be seeing more of that from Percival. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of it. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran leading the series 1-0. It is Percival. Here we go. As we are getting into our next series, as we get also getting into our next game, as we're continuing the finals here. And welcome to Tourmaline. As we mentioned before, Tourmaline has a very accessible third. Has a very accessible third base, has a very accessible natural base as well. So these big aggressive builds and these big 2-base all-ins, they hit very hard on Tourmaline. Now this goes both ways. We have seen, for example, Max Packs be quite successful with what? 4-gate blink stalker. We've seen a 4-gate blink be quite active and be quite common, quite popular on Tourmaline, because even though I'm saying that aggression is favored, it doesn't just have to go the Terran way. Aggression is also favored from Protoss players as well, so they can try to be more aggressive, more assertive, and try to put the Terran player on the back foot. It is difficult to achieve that for sure. There's a little bit less kind of variety when it comes to what Protoss can bring to the table early on. We'll see what Cristiano opts to go for, if any kind of aggression. For now, double gas. Double gas out of Percival, faster factory, delayed CC. We have a more tech-heavy start out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, we'll see if Cristiano tries to be greedy. I do not want to see him go for a fast third CC, because again, it is easier to punish that sort of build here on Tourmaline. Just like on Ruby Rock. I would say even worse, actually. Like this is even more aggressive, and it isn't just how open the bases are, but the rush distance by ground is very short. There's no like point of elevation here. There's no high ground advantage to try to slow down the army. There's like some side blockers here, kind of, and this can kind of be used, but not really. It's not easy to slow down an aggressing player here. There's that CC on the low ground. Twilight Council open out to Cristiano. And we are expecting another gateway. Like, we're not no shot we just rush into a third base. We need more gateways, we need a robo, we need a defensive setup here. Eyes are on Cristiano. Percival breaks in, gets one Reaper goes down. Probe Scout confirms that there is a base, so Cristiano, he's aware of the expansion. Do see Percival going for his own 1-1-1. Moving out with his Reaper Heli. The goal here is to get economic damage, to dive into a mineral line, and to kill some probes. Here we go. Yep, there it is, 2 more gateways. So already 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink, a much safer build this time from Cristiano, and he fully was off. Oh no, there's a hole. There's a hole in the wall. That was not intentional. Hellions get in. Reapers, they bust into the main base. Probes are going down. Disastrous here, as that was meant to be a full wall. We're hero fans here, as it's going to be 5-6 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. The Hellion is still in the natural, by the way. 9 probes going down. A brutal start here. There's a cancellation. Again, there was no, the plan was never to go up to 4 gateways. This was just meant to be a full wall, but alas, the SimCity does not work in Cristiano's favor. Who planned this SimCity, Pappy? And Percival takes a lead. Percival takes a massive lead here, and we didn't really get to talk about this last game, but it is applicable. It was applicable last game. It's applicable here as well. We spoke about this in the previous semifinals match between Ryung and Cristiano, but TVP is very momentum based. And it goes both ways. But if either player can deal this much damage early on, it is so difficult to recover. 4 SCV kills. Nice counter damage though here by Cristiano. Very nice. Gets 5 SCVs at the same time. Percival dropping into the main base. Cristiano does react in time. And does pull away. Baits at the mine shot. Ooh, nice save. Nice save on the Widow Mine. This final Widow Mine should go down. Oh, the Maverick taking a lot of damage though. Takes a lot of hits. And where exactly are we? As the dust settles, Cristiano, he lost 13 probes went down. Like, that is, again, critical damage being dealt early on. Especially considering that Cristiano, like, I mean, again, he was playing safe. He went for a safer build, but the safe was not good enough. The SimCity was not good enough. Now, coming in towards the mid-game here, Percival, he did sustain some losses. It is crucial. It is crucial that Cristiano at least killed 6 SCVs in the counterattack. So he got some counter damage done. Cristiano's still in a rough position, but he's not taking this lying down. His third base is getting up. So we at least have somewhat of a back and forth here. See one probe. Behind this, we have a 3-1-1 setup here. Stim is on the way. We had even 2 bunkers just in case. Tanks are set up. Percival secure. Now, from here, Percival, he has a choice to make. Ooh, he has a choice to make. Does he go for 2 more Raxes? We have the answer. I was going to ask, does Percival go for 2 more Raxes and go for a 2 base all-in, or does he get a 3rd CC? Well, we have the answer. 2 more Raxes, 2 base all-in. Now, this makes sense considering the damage that was dealt earlier. Percival, he knows that he was able to deal some crippling damage. He knows he has momentum, and the goal here is to end the game. To end the game with this 2 base all-in. Oh boy. So building on more ByuN, building on more army. Cristiano's not fully aware. As Cristiano, he has not seen the Rax counts. For what he knows, it could be a 3rd CC behind this instead. Ooh, and Percival is going to try to sneak up behind the Stalkers. Now, ideally, Percival, he will force the blink, does force the blink, and then comes in from behind and catches the Stalkers. And here we go. Here comes the mass salvage. Here comes the move out. Army comes in from behind. And Cristiano, can you blink away? He saves a couple. He saves 2 Stalkers. 2 Stalkers get out, the rest do fall. And here we go. Do we pull the boys? We do. The boys are being pulled. Again, as we mentioned, once we saw those 2 Raxes, that screamed 2 base all in. So the boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing. And Percival, he's here to end the game. Cristiano has Storm. Oh, Cristiano's Storm just finished. He has 3 High Templar, but he only has energy for 1 Storm. He needs a little bit more time. Okay, he has 2. He has 2 Storms currently. Getting up to 3. Ooh, there's a first. There's 1 Storm. He has 2 left. Yeah, 2 Storms left. Tanks, they're getting within range. Tank volley's going up. And Mortal barely got away. We currently have 2 Storms, but we could see an NG overcharge. For another. There's a scan. SCVs are being kept back. They're ready to repair, ready to buffer. And here we go. Zealots are coming from behind. Storms are coming in as well. Nice. Oh, the target firing. Yeah, it does focus down to the High Templar. There's 2 Templar left. But the Zealots they get on top of the tanks. And Cristiano, he shuts down the all-in. Whew. Very clutch surround. GG gets called. And Cristiano, he will tie up the series 1-1. Hey. GG, well played. A very, very intense game here, but a very nice surround by Cristiano. Came in from behind. He was able to buy a little bit more time. Storms weren't really a big factor there. More importantly, the surround and getting on top of the tanks. Got on top of the tanks, focus them down. GG. So far, it's been a very intense series. Non-stop aggression, non-stop all-ins. I say non-stop all-ins. Game 1 was a little bit different, but we saw a lot of aggression nonetheless, and we'll see if that continues. Where are we dropping? What map are we loading into? That's what I want to know. Whew, okay. As we are going to be loading... Here we go. We are going to be setting up here for our next game. We just... the lobby was made and we had Tourmaline again. I was like, hold on. We just had Tourmaline. There we go. Game 3 is going to be on White Rabbit. Okay. Couple of things here. I don't want to say that maps always dictate how games go, but they usually do. I will say that. There's a reason why we, if you notice when it comes to our casting, like we do often emphasize maps, and it often pays off because it often dictates how players approach the maps. Ruby Rock and Tourmaline, small maps, open third bases, they favor aggression, and we saw a lot of aggression on both of those, including all-ins. Makes sense. Up next, White Rabbit. White Rabbit is now a larger map in the map pool, a much larger map, longer rush distance by ground, more defendable bases. There is a higher chance that we enter the mid game here. Not saying that that's 100%, but there's like a more likely chance that we slow the game down and actually have a macro kind of back and forth mid game. But we'll get there. Spawning in the top right hand corner of White Rabbit, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the Blue Terran being forced into a tied series. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. Here we go. as we get into game number 3. Remember, this is the best of 5, so we have plenty more games ahead of us. We have plenty more games to go. For the time being, though, this is going to be the decider match to determine who will take a lead in the series. Let's go. Who will gain that momentum? But no surprise, for the first time this series, economic opener. Single gas. Single gas guys are Rax expand out of Percival. And we should be seeing a lower gateway count out of Cristiano, going for a faster third base. Welcome to White Rabbits. White Rabbits 1 is a reference to the Matrix, with White Rabbits with the theme with the green kind of black neon. So I appreciate the reference, at least. Do appreciate it. But it is a large map. It is a very large map, and the map pool does have a longer rush distance by ground. Likewise, has more defendable third and fourth base options as well. So the chances of us entering the mid game here is higher. Not saying that'll happen 100%, but there's a higher chance that we do enter a slower kind of game state. Eyes are mainly going to be on Percival to see how aggressive he plans on being. Now, what I will say is that if we were casting, say, 3 months ago, I would have said that Percival would all in 100%. Like, he would just all in. He would just 2-base. Like, Percival, he would almost non-stop 2-base all in TVP a couple of months ago. I mean, hey, that was the meta. We saw everyone 2-basing all in, especially around the DreamHack Dallas period of time earlier this year, like around July. That's true, that was the case, but in the current meta, because we've seen more mid game and more mid to late game, Percival has also adapted. Like, as the meta dictates, Percival, he has also been embracing that more macro oriented style as well. Speaking of, there it is, third CC. Speaking of macro, bam, the greediest build you can go for, 3cc 3 racks. Hyper greed here out of Percival. This is similar to what we saw out of Cristiano previously in the series. Remember, Cristiano went gate into a third base. This is racks into 3cc. So hyper greed out of Percival. There is some pros and cons here. What is the biggest con? Remember, 3cc 3 racks. No factory. There's going to be a second racks and a third racks as well. Heavily delayed factory, heavily delayed tank production. Because of that, defensively, Percival's going to be quite weak. He's going to be very, very weak defensively here. He'll have bio and just nothing but bio for quite some time. If Cristiano realizes what's happening, he can respond with a 4-gate and he can try to all in or just be hyper aggressive and kill Percival. Like, Percival, he is vulnerable to something like 4-gate Link Stalker. But as we can see, gate into Robo opener out of Cristiano, rushing into fast Colossus. Are we going for a Colossus drop? Is that happening? I mean, Colossus drop would work well here. As we mentioned, there's no Starport, there's no Vikings, there's no Cyclone because there's no factory. So rushing into something like a Colossus drop could find some damage. And Devstate poke in, make it a Marine. Yeah, 1 Marine so far. They don't quite get into the main base, but he does, of course, take note of no Hellions, right? So that's a bit of a tell. It could still be a 2-on-1. It could still be a 2-on-1 here, so this isn't the biggest confirmation yet. Does get in. So for all Cristiano knows, this could be a 2-on-1, this could be a 3 racks, it could be a 3cc 3 racks. There are options here. Cristiano still has no confirmation. Meanwhile, it is Colossus drop. We have Prism, Speed on the way, and Colossus on the way as well. This build was pretty common a couple of years ago, back in 2023, 2022. A couple of years ago, this was relatively meta. This was a way you would open up here in TVP to shut down 3 racks play. And this is almost 3 racks play. It's 3cc 3 racks. Back in the day, 3 racks were a lot more common. This was back in the era of Side Delta. If you remember Side Delta, during that map pool back in 2022, 2023, that is when we saw this build be a lot more common in the meta, to shut down heavy bio play and late factory and late starport play. As a Colossus does drop in, and we just get free damage. Like, this should just be free damage here on the Marines, on the SCVs. There's no stim. Oh, has to be careful though. Jesus. Oh no! Oh, bit of a miss rally. Has to be careful. Has to zone away. There we go. Gets another swipe off. Peeking away at the Marines. But did sustain a lot of damage already. Has to be so careful. Remember, stim is almost done. When stim finishes, then he can dive on the Prism. Another swipe. Another swipe. Oh. Yeah, Colossus taking a lot of damage. Stim is done. Oh. Yeah, stim is complete. Marines are coming for the interception. There's a stim. Yeah, stim does pop up. There's a recall in the Prism. No, Oh, the prism gets shot down. Alas, Cristiano, he was playing with fire, and that is brutal. That is a brutal loss here. Up until that point, hey, he killed 10 Marines and a couple of SCVs. That was good damage. That is not worth a Colossus and a Prism and War Prism speed. Oh, boy. Here comes Percival. Aye. Things were going well until stim finish, right? Until stim finish, until we had the surround. Percival is landing his third base. Remember, this was a greedy build out of Percival, and Percival, he sustained some losses, but he was not punished. Percival, he was not punished. He gets his third base. He has a massive economic advantage. Cristiano, he's going to try to be proactive. There's a stim. Yeah, stim on top of the Colossus. Clutch save. Clutch save. Punishes the Marauders. Not bad. That was what, 4 or 5 Marauders? 3 of them went down. So 3? 4. Gee, okay. 4 of them went down. Cristiano, he denies mining at the third and he backs off. Fun fact, Cristiano, he had no intention of committing, by the way. Like, he does not have an army to break Percival, but he fakes him out. He fakes him out. He makes him flinch. Cristiano, he gets the hell out of there. And Percival, hey, he was denied mining. Not bad. Not bad out of Cristiano, but he needs more of that. Like, Cristiano is still behind. Like, Cristiano, he's still in a rough position. He's getting a 4th base. 4th base is on the way. Follow the rabbit light. There you go. I still have not seen the new one. The Matrix Resurrected, the newest one. Heard mixed results or mixed thoughts on it. I'll get around to it. One day it'll be on Netflix, and I'll get around to watching it. Ooh, as double turret. Oh my god, double turret here punishes the Prism. Prism goes down. Zalambe gets intercepted, and Percival, he's keeping up with all the aggression. Zelts are being cleaned up. Percival does defend. And Cristiano, he's still trying to recover here. He's staying on a lower gas count. He's on 4 gases. He's working towards disruptor production. Just 1 robo, 1 disruptor at a time. Doesn't really have the economy to sustain multiple robos, not yet. There it is. Going into triple robo. We should be seeing better saturation soon. Disruptors are soon to be amassing. Percival moves out. As he moves out, Cristiano moves in. Cristiano does spot the army. Going to make a choice, and he's going to try to collapse in. Never goes off. It's grazes the army. Does graze the army. Not a bad start. But tank shots do punish. Cristiano's out of position. The 4th base is completely exposed. Oof, and he gets in. Yeah, he gets in. This base will go down. So free expansion for Percival. Recall to the 3rd. Tanks are exposed. Okay. Cristiano, he will catch the tanks. Gets 1. Percival, it's his turn to be out of position, or does he surround? This could go one of 2 ways. Cristiano, does he go for it? He does not. Plays it safe, pulls away. Rotating over towards the 3rd base. Does catch a couple of Marauders. And he avoids the surround. Not bad. Pulls away, rotates, he avoids the surround. EMP does connect. Yeah, brutal EMP. And again, this is a very fragile army. One wrong move, one wrong step, and Cristiano will lose everything. So he's got to be so careful with how he engages. Oh, decent Nova. That does, yeah, it does rapid fire those Novas. Cristiano, he panicked. Did panic towards the end. I mean, again, he almost got surrounded. He lost how many disruptors as a result? 2. Yeah, 2 disruptors went down. Remember, Cristiano doesn't have too much gas. Can't afford to lose them. Catching Marauder. Does decide to commit in. Tanks are on siege. Never goes off. We get a connection, but it's not going to be enough here. Percival collapses on the army. Liberation has arrived, and everything will fall. Yeah, Percival snowballs out of control. Takes down the main gateway army. Takes down the disruptor. There's one disruptor left. Aye. Again, that felt like a desperation push out of Cristiano, knowing he had to do something, but it wasn't worth it. Wasn't quite worth it. Cristiano, he plummets in supply. Percival, he's almost maxed out. He's almost maxed. Is moving in. Jesus, that's a lot of tanks. That's a hefty tank army, bad. Yeah, as Liberation has arrived across the map, getting 9, 10, 11 probe kills. Cristiano just being pulled apart. His economy in shambles. Main army's trying to hunt him down. And Percival's army is large enough where he can just counterattack as well. Okay, tanks are exposed. Does get 2 tanks, only 2. Oh, no, he pulls away, gets punished in the retreat. At the same time, the 5th base is going to fall. Percival takes down the 5th. Dropping into the main base, GG gets called, and Percival, he'll take a 2-1 lead in the series. Whew, GG. GG well played. Again, a rough start there for Cristiano. Winding it back, remember, how did this begin? It began with Percival being hyper greedy, going 3 CC 3 racks, and Cristiano trying to punish with a Colossus drop and failing to. Right, the Colossus killed 10 Marines. Then he lost the Warp Prism, he lost the Colossus. It was a brutal start there for Cristiano. He lost any kind of momentum that he was building up, and he gave that to Percival. GG well played, as Percival had a much stronger, much more comfortable start to said game and to said series so far. And Percival, he is 1 game away from claiming the series. Cristiano, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. It was a cheeky old school build to go for the Colossus drop. I did appreciate that, and especially against the build that Percival had gone for. I kind of liked the idea, but the execution was lacking, right? Getting cornered, getting surrounded, I mean, it was just a rough way to start the game on White Rabbit, and now we're loading into Winter Madness. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. Representing Offside Esports, it is Cristiano. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player, the South Korean Terran. It is Percival. 1 game away from claiming the series. Here we go, and we are opening up with a proxy. Now, fun fact, I did talk about how White Rabbit is known for longer games, and we did embrace, you know, a 5 base setup from Cristiano and 4 bases from Percival, so we did get there in the end. What I was going to say is that welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is also known for longer games. It is a very large map, a lot of bases, very defendable, but we open up proxy 2 gates. At the same time, hello Percival. Proxy racks. I mean, because the map is so large, proxies make sense. So here we go, proxy 2 gate versus 2 racks Reaper at a Percival. 1 rack is proxy, the other is not. Who do we favor? On the one hand, I believe Cristiano hits first. Cristiano, I believe he should be able to strike first, and Percival is going to have a very awkward defense because half of his production is across the map. So this is going to get awkward for Percival. Making a Marine, not Reaper, tells us that this might just be Tech Lab into Proxy Marauder. And that's going to hit even later, is the issue. So Proxy Marauder is going to hit very, very late. Percival, he has not SCV scouted, and we're waiting for the Tech Lab. CC on location. There it is. There's a tech lab. So again, proxy marauder, but this will hit late. It does hit late here as we have to wait for the tech lab, wait for the marauder. Meanwhile, zealots are already popping out, and we're going to be reinforcing not just with zealot, with stalker. Cybercore is almost done. Ideally, the cybercore is lined up with the next wave of units, so I have to wait a little bit longer here. A little bit lopsided, but there we go. We have the stalker on the way, being chronoed as we speak. Zealots have arrived. They will delay the CC. Nice repositioning. Does force a cancel immediately. Does force a cancellation. CC on the high ground. And it's the pressure's on Cristiano. He has to break through. He has to break this main base. The longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Percival. I mean, I say that. Cristiano did expand. True. Back at home, I mean, there's no warp gates. There might be a recall if need be. Things are about to get rowdy. Things are about to get rowdy. Boys are being pulled. Does pull the boys, holding onto the depot. So far, so good. Percival, he's holding. Percival, he's holding on. At the same time, Marauder turns back around and turns around to defend. We'll lose 5 SCVs. 6 SCV kills. Marauders are rallied back. And Cristiano, hey, he's got his natural. Getting his natural up and running, saturating his base. Cristiano does have a very comfortable economic lead. He's up 10 workers. And these Marauders, what's the plan? He wants to catch the Stalkers. He wants to catch those Stalkers. Marauders are revealed. Cristiano, he knows. Let's get the hell out of here. In a head-on fight, the Marauders will win. So the Stalkers pull away. Yeah, he pulls away. He avoids the surrounds. No. Now, we're in a really weird game state because of one thing. These 2 gateways depowered. What's the production? You tell me. Nothing. we have 1 gateway. True. We have 1 gateway. We have 1 warping available. Here comes Percival. He's rushing across the map. We got 2 stalkers to defend, and we're about to have 1 extra stalker with that warp in. Shield batteries are on the way. It's gonna be a tough hold. It's gonna get rowdy. It's gonna get crazy. Here we go. Percival, he's moving in. He's got a boy here as well to help tank. He's moving forward. If we had 2 extra stalkers, then maybe we could defend. Up to 3. 3 stalkers. The shield batteries are finishing up just in time. He's got the batteries. He's got the batteries. The boys are being pulled. Cristiano, so far so good. He's holding. He's holding on his buying time here for extra gateways, for extra warp-ins. Diving on the Marauder. Does not quite get it. That's 4 probes going down. 5. Behind this, remember, there's an expansion. CC is on location. First, we're killing probes. I mean, that's good enough. 7 probes go down. Seven probe kills. Oh. And Percival, he pulls away. Loving the use of the terrain. Stim is finishing up as well. Making use of that tech lab. And from here, the game continues. We do see Cristiano, he is up by 5 or 4. Like 4.5-ish workers. Blink is almost done. And can Cristiano punish? Again, that's a very heavy Marauder army. Blink is not yet complete. We'll lose 1 stalker. There's Stim. There's a Stim. There's a Blink. Does pull away. Percival is chasing. Blink is on cooldown. Just now off. Just off of cooldown. Cristiano pulls away in time. And Cristiano, he should be able to pick away at the army. There we go. Gets a Marine. Gets 2. 3. 3 Marines go down. It takes down the Marauders as well. Nice Blink control. And Cristiano, he will completely clean this up. Massive win for Cristiano. He shuts down the army. Back at home, what is it to defend? Now, the turns they've tabled once again. Turns they table from one player, then to the other. Back at home, bunkers are being thrown down. The bunkers are not ready. Remember, there's no factory, no tanks. Yeah, no defensive tanks. And Cristiano, I think he's done it. I think he has done it here. Kills the bunker. Boys are being pulled. Nice snipe on the Marauder. Gets one, gets... Oh my god, barely doesn't get the other. Uno has one more shot of the Marauder. He gets it. Okay, he dives in. Marauder goes down, takes down both Marauders, takes down the entire army, and with that, he has done it. He has broken the natural. GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. Hi, baby. My heart. GG, well played. Very intense, very back and forth. And in the end, Cristiano, he barely does come out on top. We're going all the way to the ace match, the final game of the series. Game 5. Let's go. Let us go. Again, initially, Cristiano, he was doing well for himself. He was able to pick away at the SCVs. What did he kill? Like 5, 6 SCVs at the start of the game, getting ahead, getting comfortable. Then we had the counterattack with Cristiano losing his gateways without having any production. He also bled out a lot of probes back at home. He lost 7 workers trying to defend. But then Blink kicked in, and Percival didn't go home. He did not go home. He tried to fight for map control, and Percival, as a result, he lost his army. He lost his Marines, his Marauders. He lost his main force in the center of the map. He had no defensive setup. He had no factory. He had no bunkers ready, so he just died then and there to the counterattack. GG. GG, well played. Very much on a knife's edge there, and now we enter the final game of the series. We're going to be loading into the Old Republic. Let's go. Whew, let us go. Rowdy Tuna. Yes, yes. And here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Polish Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. Here we go. Hi. But here we go. We're getting into the final game of the series, getting into the ace match. It's been an intense broadcast, 4.5 hours, baby. It's been long, it's been intense, and we'll see how our players do adjust. Welcome to the Old Republic. The Old Republic is a very large map in the map pool. It's a large map, but it does have a very open third. Has a very open third. Sorry, I say open third base. It has an open fourth base, relatively open third, but the third base is okay. But the fourth base is much more open, much more exposed. It is very difficult to defend the fourth. The fourth base, we've seen many Terran and Protoss attempt and fail to defend the fourth base on the Old Republic, so we'll see who gains map control. I will be favoring whoever is going to be the aggressor, whoever gains map control, whoever is able to successfully contain their opponent and take that control away from them. We'll see. We'll see how we open up. I feel like generally I do want to favor Protoss getting into a longer game state here, but it all depends on how we get there. How do we get to the mid game? If at all. For now, double gas opener, Percival going for the faster factory. I would not be surprised if Percival tries to go for an all-in. We have seen many Terran players, because it's so difficult to play macro on the Old Republic, we've seen many Terrans just go for all-ins. Like 2-base all-ins have been relatively frequent, or even proxies. So we'll see. Clearly after the last game, nothing is off the table. As Percival moves out. You can see he's checking for proxy locations. We'll check the center, checks the left-hand side, check the triangular third base, checking the linear third as well. So after that last game, Percival just checking everywhere. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener out of Cristiano. And Percival opening up a Reactor to Reaper Hellion. Okay. With this, once again, the goal is going to be for economic damage, to try to bust into a mineral line. We'll see if he can. Oh, meanwhile, nice pick up here with the Adept. Adept does pick up the SCV, does lay the command center. Does delay. Second Adept has arrived, and Cristiano, can he delay it once again? Uh-oh. Reaper's low. Yeah, the Reaper is low. SCV is going to be zoned back. So far, nice damage here by Cristiano. Cornering the army. We get this around. Does snipe the Heli. Nice pickup. Takes down the Hellion and does take down the SCV. This is worth it for Cristiano. He may lose both adepts, but a big delay here at the natural. And without that Hellion, now suddenly this army is that much weaker. The counterattack is that much weaker. As you can see, Cristiano, he wants that other Hellion. Shades away. Shades away. You can see Cristiano being proactive. He wants to try to engage ahead of time. He wants that Hellion. Won't find it though. Yeah, will not find it. Hellion pulls back home. And Cristiano, he's defended. Cristiano, so far, he has defended. Reapers are trying to make their way in. Cristiano, he snipes the Reaper. Nice pickup. So far, the Reaper Hellion has failed to get any damage done. Better start for Cristiano. Behind this, we do have a Robo on the way. 2 more gateways going 3-gate blink. Into a third after the Robo. So very safe play here by Cristiano. The pressure is on Percival. So far, the early game has gone the Protoss' way. And Percival is going for his Cyclone drop into Cloak Banshee. So Percival, he still has ways to get damage. Still has some Reaper Hellion as well. Dropping into the natural. No safety. Okay, there's a shield battery in the main base, but no battery here in the natural. Hellion goes down, dropping to the mineral line. Does focus on the probes. Getting a Stalker as well. Yeah, Medevac is... Ooh, Medevac does get sniped. This army will fall, but does trade out with probes. Does focus on as many probes as he can. Getting into 9, getting into 10. Oh my god. Oh, there it is. 10 probes. 10 probe kills. Insane damage. Yes, Percival, he does lose the army, but that was meant to be traded. And he does get 10. 10 probe kills. Percival back at home. He's not done. Here come the Cloak Banshees. And Cristiano, he has to recover. He has to counterattack. As he moves out, the Banshees are moving in. Uh-oh. Yeah, Banshees are moving in. Where's the Observer? The Observer is just now popping out. Stalker's out of position. There's no recall. Yeah, there's no recall available either. This could be critical damage. The Banshee moves in. No shield battery. The Banshee does 2 short probes. 1, 2, 3 probes going down. And no Observer in position. Stalkers across the map. At the same time, Cristiano to get some SCV kills across the map as well. 3. Thankfully, shield battery in the main. True. But mining is heavily delayed here. So nice damage out of Percival, keeping Cristiano busy and forcing all of Cristiano's Stalkers back home. Like, it's all forced back home. Percival, as a result, he can stabilize, he can build up. Getting to Sim, +1, and the question becomes, do we expand? Do we throw down Raxes? Now, it's been a very shaky early game. It's been very shaky. It's been very intense. Jesus, 17. 17 probes went down in total here. Not bad. Not bad damage at all. Jesus, the probe count is insanely low here as Cristiano has to try to build back up. There was another Banshee. There was another Banshee getting more probes. Third TC, we have the answer. Percival expands. I was curious. I was curious to see if he does expand or not. But we're building up into a longer game. Oh, and for the first time, I believe for the first time this series... Oh, no, we saw it on Tourmaline. True. For the second time this series, Early Storm. Early Storm out of Cristiano, not Colossus. Yeah, my attention. We have my attention here. Storm is on the way. Percival breaks out. Cristiano, he did not scout the command center yet. He's not fully aware, but he does see the move out. And back at home, he will have Storm available. He has 2 High Templar. He will soon have 2 Storms. But Percival gets across the map. Tries to at least. Banshee into the 3rd. And Percival backs off. Okay. Mature decision. He saw the High Templar. He saw the Templar. He saw the Storms. Percival, he pulls away. He respects it. doesn't want to lose his army, taking a defensive stance here back at home instead. And Percival, he will relinquish map control. He gives it up. He gives up map control. He turtles up back at home. Cristiano can look to expand, but the base is denied. Shatters to that one Marine, forcing the center base instead. But Cristiano doesn't have to move in, and he shouldn't. I feel like he doesn't need to move in and baits out the Widowmine shots. But there's no need to push into this siege line. We spoke about it, but the third base is relatively defendable here. It's the fourth base that's more exposed. And the goal for Cristiano should be to wait. Should just be to calm down, slowly expand, get your fourth base, build up, and wait for Percival to attempt to take a fourth base. And that's when Cristiano can strike. His Prism is moving in. I'm not too fond of the idea of the Prism going in by itself, but he's going for the natural. Going for the Zealot drop. Gets an SCV. Like, ideally you want this to coincide with another attack to try to pull away the attention of Percival. But went by himself. Gets a mule, gets 3 SCVs. It's some damage, but hey, he just lost the War Prism. Like, that was expensive. Prism goes down. That means that Percival knows that there's no threat of a counterattack. There's the 4th CC, and this is the moment that we spoke about here, is that when Percival tries to take his 4th base, that's when Cristiano should strike. But he just lost his War Prism. So Cristiano, he was a little bit premature. He's working his Colossus. Cristiano's building up his army. Percival, he's now marauding around the map. I'll say that Percival, he's playing with fire at the moment. Has to be careful. Nice EP. EP connects. But the Colossus have arrived, and we got to respect the Colossus. Oof. Colossi revealed, and Percival has to get the hell out of here. Kiteswell against the Zealots. Nice EMP against the Stalkers. Better trades out of Percival. Picking up Zealots, Stalkers, most of the Gateway Army. Yeah, Cristiano, this was a very inefficient fight for the Protoss. And again, Percival not looking too bad. Percival's moving out. Percival's going to be the first to max. Cristiano is out of position. Starting back the army, going for the Colossus. Gets one. Oof. Yeah, one Colossus goes down. Mass EMPs, Jesus. Yeah, EMPs, they just blanket the army. There's still a couple of storms left. Percival is going to his 4th base, and the scary thing here is I did mention earlier that I do favor whoever has map control when it comes to dying the 4th. Cristiano does not have map control. He doesn't have it. Percival, he's been successfully kind of fighting him for map control, and Percival now he establishes his 4th base. Cristiano, he does not have the massive economic lead that he needed. He's actually behind economically. He needs a 5th. He needs a 5th base, even a 6th expansion, but the base count is low for Cristiano. Low base counts. He rotates with his main army. Percival out of position. Okay. Cristiano, can he find a way in? Nice EMP. Colossus goes down to 2. And Cristiano, he's getting cornered. He has to get out of here. Cannot get surrounded as he will lose another Colossus. Oof. Down to 1. 1 Colossus left. I would want to see more disruptors here like we've seen previously out of Cristiano. But he's going back into Colossi. And Cristiano's just getting bullied. Oh, we finally get a 5th base on the way. Again, a very late 5th. Very late 5th. I mean, hey, we do see that Percival's already getting his own. coming from behind. Once again, he piece of Colossus gets another Colossus. And gets one more. We get a decent storm. The final Colossus falls. 0 Colossi left. And there's 2 storms. Never mind, the EMPs, a blanket, almost everything. There's 1 storm left. That was the final storm. And Cristiano, can he force his way in? He has no more Zealots, though. Yeah, without Zealots, he cannot collapse forward. He's still going to try to force the issue. Okay, we have a couple of Zealots trickling in. He's going for it. Alas, he's trying to. There's that War Prison behind this. Reinforcements on the way. Cristiano, can he break this position? I mean, the Viking count is getting low. True. Low Viking count. Colossus moving in. Nice dodge on the mine. Cristiano is going for it. He has momentum. He has to end it here and now. Here and now. This is his moment. Working his way in. Down to 1 Colossus. Liberation has arrived. Blinks in. Yeah, he dives on the Liberators. Gets 1, gets both. Takes out both lives. He's still just rallying Colossus across the map. And it's barely working. It's barely enough. Again, this time no more Vikings. CC is denied. Keep going. Keep rallying in. And again, he's broken the back. He's broken the back of Percival. Getting himself to the higher ground, laying siege upon the mineral line. SCVs are going down. And this is a very brute force style, I'll be honest. It was very brute force, where Cristiano, he was just throwing away so many. How many Colossus died this game? 7! 7 Colossus have died. Just brute forcing the issue. And in the end, he does overwhelm. Where you see typically Protoss players trade out like wave of Zealots and like non-stop Zealot production, here we took extra gases. Cristiano, he took his gases at his third base, gas at the force, and instead he was just throwing away waves of Colossus. And it worked. Again, it was very expensive losses, very expensive army, but he got the gases for it. Did break the third. Did break through. And again, we now only have a handful of Vikings, barely any bio, barely any like sustainability, barely any buffer here for the army of Percival. He can't afford it. He can't afford it. He's down to what, a 2 base economy. Okay, so Cristiano taking it slow. Taking it slow, zoning away. Ideally, we need more Zealots here. Reinforcing with a 4th Colossus. All the Vikings. And nice movement here out of Percival. He does try to reposition. Oof. Storm in the mineral line. Cristiano, he doesn't know about bottom right, so he believes he's further ahead than he really is, which is a little bit concerning, but he should still have enough. Diving in, we'll lose 2 Colossus, 3 Colossus even. Again, the Viking control has been solid. Zealots are rallying forward. So we lost 7 Colossus earlier. We've lost 11. 11 Colossus have gone down. Again, we're just throwing Colossi away. Now Cristiano scouts. Now he sees the planetary. Now he's aware. And it will kill it. Yeah, slides the planetary. From here he pulls away. Cristiano, he does save the SCVs though. Sorry, Percival, I mean. Does save the SCVs. He's able to maintain a 2 base economy, if that. He's got a CC towards the top side as well. And again, Percival's main army is still terrifying, especially if there's no splash damage. Now, how many Colossus will die this game? Do we get up to 15? Do we? Can we get there? We have 2 more on the way. That's Percival's trading well. Nice storm. A very nice storm. Storm connects. So the zone's back Percival. More storms coming in. And Percival is running out of EMPs. He's running out, but the army is heavily overstimmed as well. And Cristiano's done it. He's done it. I mean, he did it quite some time ago, breaking the 3rd base earlier. But Percival, he's just treading water. He cannot build up. Not anymore. He's trying as best he can. He's fighting his heart out. EMP connects with one High Templar. Just the one. Oof. And once again, Cristiano, he gets in. He gets in, takes down the CC. Zealot run by into a planetary. As Zealous, they shouldn't kill the planetary. Yeah, the Master Repair is too good. Instead of rotating over, going for the other planetary instead. Colossus has arrived. GG gets called, and Cristiano, he will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense series, Pappy. Very intense. GG, well played. Congratulations. Cristiano, he does claim the series. It was very intense, went all the way to the ace match. Honestly, Percival, he had a stronger start to the series. It was up 2-1. But Cristiano, he just messaged me. He's like, hard life. He's like, ay, but GG, well played. Cristiano, he does say it in the end. He does. He is going to be our Tuna Cup champion here for the week of, or for the 115th edition. GG, well played. Shout out to Percival. Percival, he fought hard. I mean, hey, remember, who did Percival beat to make it to the finals? ByuN. Percival, he beat ByuN to make it to the finals. So Percival, he had a good showing here to make it this far, but Cristiano barely comes out on top. Again, it was a very intense, very close series. Even this final game as well, I was concerned by just how much Cristiano was losing and how late his expansions were. Later 4th base, later 5th base, but it was very gas intensive, very tech heavy army instead. Instead of going for this mass Zealot composition, went for the mass Colossus composition instead, and he was losing a lot of Colossus to the point where I was concerned. I was like, yo, he's up against like 10 Vikings and we're still making more Colossus. Like, is this a wise choice? But as I tried to emphasize during the game itself, Cristiano, he brute forced it. He brute forced it where, yes, he was losing Colossus, but the Vikings were getting low over time, and eventually he was able to kill the Vikings. Viking production stopped. We saw Liberators on the way instead, and I don't blame Percival for stopping Viking production just because he had killed so many Colossus. He believed he didn't need as many Vikings anymore, and that's when we saw him strike. That's when we saw Cristiano just pop off, break through all the Vikings. Colossus came in to reinforce and barely was able to take those fights, barely overwhelmed. GG, all played. A very messy game, but congratulations. No, good. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. What SCVs? Exactly. No economy, Pappy. No economy. Down to 32 SCVs. Oh. But yes, GG, well played. Cristiano strikes again. He strikes back. He does, Pap. He does. GG. And again, shout out to Percival as well. Again, he took down ByuN to make it to the finals. ByuN, who won the random raffle, of course. We're quickly checking the bracket here. Percival took down ByuN, took down YoungYakov, of course, earlier as well. So was able to take down some key players from around the world before falling to Cristiano. Cristiano took down Ryung. Cristiano took down Nicoract. Oh my god, non-stop PVTs. Non-stop PVTs facing off against Nicoract, against Ryung, and against Percival as well. Fun fact, Cristiano, I mean, he went to the ace match in every game, in every series. He went to the ace match against Nicoract, ace match against Ryung, and ace match against Percival as well. So there's a world where we could have seen Nicoract advance on, or Ryung advance on instead. Like, these were really close, really clutch games. Even ByuN versus Percival also went to the ace match as well. Even actually, oh my Jesus, so many ace matches. ByuN versus MilkyCow went to the ace match. Percival versus Young. All these players, they're so close in skill. Just ace matches all over the place. Crazy, might be crazy. With ByuN versus MilkyCow, with Percival versus ByuN, Percival versus YoungYakov. Ryung versus Nice is the odd one out. True, but every other series. That's why this was a longer broadcast. 5 hours, 5-hour long broadcast. Aye. But thank you so much. GG, well played. Hope you all enjoyed the broadcast. Hope you enjoyed the Open Cup. Again, this is an Open Cup and it is funded by the people, for the people. Thank you so much to all of our patrons. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. If you want to support this tournament, if you want to support these players, if you want to support StarCraft, you can do so via Patreon. You can see on the bottom right hand corner of the screen that our current goal on Patreon is 670 USD, and we have reached over 600. We are making our way towards that next stretch goal. Again, if you want to see what the stretch goals are, they're all on Patreon as well, to grow the prize pool of our tournaments and grow them even further, grow them even larger. You can help us out via Patreon. And again, this is the longest standing Open Cup out there. It's been running longer than War TV Mondays or Pigasus Cups or Monday Night Weeklies or any of the other Open Cups. Technically, there are some regional weeklies that have been running for a longer time than us, like Sunrise Cup or the Legacy Weekly Japan. Technically, true, but those are region locked, right? Those are region locked to China, region locked to Japan. So when it comes to Open Cups, ours has been running for longer than any other out there. So again, we've been running these events for many years, and we plan on continuing that for more years to come. Into the future. So if you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon. You can be a part of StarCraft history, papi. You can be a part of that. So otherwise, thank you so much, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for our next broadcast. You can also support us via Matcherino. There is a Matcherino page for this specific tournament to raise the prize pool for this specific event if you wish. So Matcherino is available to you. Otherwise, when it comes to our weekly schedule, bam, you can see we are going to be live tomorrow. We just wrapped up with the Tuna Cup, and tomorrow we're going to be live with Pigasus Cup. I might go live a little bit later. It is very late here in Australia, and I'm probably going to go to bed very late as well. So I'm a little bit tentative on Pigasus Cup, but we have the Pondcast on Thursday, we have MSO on Friday, and Tuna Cup on Sunday. So plenty of content throughout the week. We have Friday off. We have one day off this week. Otherwise, we are live at least once every other day of the week. Coming in towards Christmas. True, the holidays are right around the corner. We got Christmas, we got New Year's, so I hope you'll enjoy the rest of your week, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your holidays as well. As we're coming up on holidays, you know, hope you take care of yourselves, hope you enjoy yourselves, you know, just look after yourselves, papi. Yeah. So we enter the holidays, all the food, papi, all the food, all the gifts, all the Christmas. Let's go. Are we going to be casting Christmas Day? I think so. Let's just double check. I think we've tried to clear our schedule so we don't cast during the holidays. We have a StarCraft Evolution League for Christmas Day. We have Pigasus Cup for Christmas Eve currently. But we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys next week for the next Tuna Cup. See you then on Sunday. See you then, papi. See you then. Until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time.